Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVIN.com.
Another soggy morning followed by more rain and snow moving in tonight for later on this evening and into your Saturday morning, possibly a couple of inches across the Front Range and into the foothills. Temperatures today in the 40s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Look at all the complaints that our competitors have on their BBB ratings. GiveMeTheVIN.com is a 5-star rated company. We do what we say we're going to do. It's that easy.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Do you have any of the passwords for a Wi-Fi for this? You can come in there and just the password for the Wi-Fi. Any of them. This one.
Here, take. She'll type it in. I'm sorry, bro.
If he comes in at 10 o'clock and produces the same hours, I'm even better. Yeah, it's tough. Six of those would be nice. we have good crew.
I have good crew. They're just like you said.
They're just. I got another one and he's awesome too. He's been with us for a little over a year now. He says, I come in earlier today. I said, wow, you come in at 7 every day and you don't touch your car till 8:15.
Yes.
That's not coming in.
He sits there and eats breakfast.
Your wife doesn't let you smoke, so you come in and smoke 2 cigarettes. Then you get your coffee. Then by the time you talk to everybody and everybody else gets there, it's 8:15 before you touch your car. Don't give me that I give you early shit. Now he does produce. He's actually the highest producer right now. But yeah, I gotta find one.
My main tech is that way.
Yeah.
This kid's got to eat about 6 times a day. If he turns sideways, he disappears. I've never seen him eat as much as this kid eats.
And he keeps eating.
He just,
And he still disappears.
He gets there at 7:30. He's got boxes, packed food and stuff. He doesn't take out or nothing, And he gets his tortillas and whatever, eggs and stuff, and has breakfast, gets to work. And
How many employees do you have?
8.
Jeff, how many you got over there?
What's that?
How many employees do you have?
3 plus me.
3 plus you?
Yeah.
Man.
Biden is gaining on Trump.
Yeah, yes.
Who?
Well, it's all the court stuff.
What?
I mean, it's
Biden. I thought that man died.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Just forgot to fall over.
I mean, people think he's out. I told Mark is just too quick
To think everybody thinks like he does.
Yep.
Tom, when are you going to run for president?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm too old right now.
Oh, come on. Joe Biden's got you by at least 2 years.
How old is Joe?
Tom's like,
I don't even know how old he is.
I don't know.
Could you imagine that? I couldn't imagine a job worse.
No.
Oh my God.
Why would you want it?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I don't know.
I mean, power and everything, I guess, but why?
It's like dealing with
What does it pay?
Dealing with employees.
400.
Oh, now is it up there?
400.
400 a year?
And all the ice
Plus you
cream.
get a house.
All the ice cream.
And a helicopter.
He gets free ice cream.
And you only have to fall off 2 stages a year.
But they do teach you how to walk the stairs before you leave.
And you always have goons with you.
Riding a bike, that's another story. We haven't seen him back on a bike. We've seen him on stairs. We haven't seen him on a bike.
I don't know when the shift happened, but it used to be that the president was like, sought after, honored position. The man made some good. Now it's like a joke sometimes. It's like, come on, man, make some good decisions here. You really only have 3 employees, man. I thought you had a whole bunch more than that. One guy to pull them out, one guy to fix them, one guy to put them in, right?
So I got 2 on the floor, and then me and my builder on the bench.
God dang.
Especially right now with the way parts trickle in. That's all I need.
I thought I was the only one with parts problems.
Oh. I'm So, hell, I've got a T-Bird there right now. It's already been sitting for a month. Can't find a damn computer for it.
Everyone keeps telling me if you put cheap parts in, you won't have that problem. I'm like, yeah. Then I get to fucking do them every 6 weeks. No thanks.
Exactly.
I'll wait.
Cheap work ain't good. Good work ain't cheap.
We just got an Audi in. It was at another shop. It was actually an employee of mine who opened his own shop. He charged this guy $1,200, did all these repairs, and the car still don't run right. And then told him, put in his note, go see Jesse at Honest Decker, we can't fix your car.
But still took the guy's money.
That's what I said. I said, wait a minute. If I tried that, I'd be in court. Like, you can't
See,
just
I
take
don't get it.
somebody.
I mean, you know, when we hear about them, like the Jeff Jolliffs and whoever the capitals at 44. You hear about these guys all the time. I mean, I know how much you have to deal with customers and angst and all that other stuff when you're trying to do everything right. I cannot imagine the grief that you take when you're doing everything wrong.
I have a head gasket shop that we did that has a crack somewhere in the block that we can't see. So now I feel bad. So I told the guy, look, let's work out a deal. Let's get you an engine.
Yeah.
We'll take care of the head gasket part. You buy the engine. We'll just pay for it. Right? Like, I feel bad. These people just charge you money. Sorry, can't
I
fix
see
it.
it every day.
That is crap to me.
We had an Explorer's got a little weird misfire randomly on acceleration. So the one place charged him $1,200 for plugs, coils, injectors, and something else. And then, I don't know what it is.
Lady came in and said, I was told I need
$1,200 for throwing parts.
I was told I need an engine. So I pulled the van in. 2 of the coils are completely broken. I pulled the coils out, I put 6 plugs, 6 coils, give it back to her. $1,200. Like, you didn't even thank me for this. So I just saved you $5,000. You could have paid that company or whatever. Yeah.
It's out there though, yeah.
But the Audi that came over in the shop, what we found was he put the cheapest plug. Like, you can't put a high pressure fuel pump from Napa in an Audi. Like, it doesn't work.
Well, we've been having problems just with the 10R80 or 10R1.
It's crazy.
It needs a valve body. You get a valve body, and you go to put it on, it's got a completely different cylinder. You pull it down, it's bad right out of the box from Ford.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're not building 10R80s right now. Not until the aftermarket. Not until the aftermarket figures out some of the stuff that's to fix these problems.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. Today's such a good day to go to a home show in Castle Rock at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. 330 some odd booths are there. Starts at noon today. It's a great show, one-stop shop. Go on in, look around, have some fun. Anything to do with your house, from the top to the bottom, inside and out. It's going to be a great show. Douglas County Fairgrounds today, starting at noon. Welcome. Today is Car Friday. We have a good day today to talk about cars. And really, I wanted to talk about summarizing a car. We talk about winterizing a car. What does the summer, what does heat bring to a car? Of course, today it's a little cool. As you know, we have this now and then. God teases us a little with summer, and then bam, and then we get teased again. But it's okay. It's fun. And listen, you can call us right now with problems, questions, and complaints, not just about cars, but basically anything you want. Remember what we say. It's better to call early at the first inkling of a problem or a hunch you have a problem. You can't just throw up your hands and wait. Yesterday, so call us, 303-713-TALK. Now, I always give that number. That's the station's number. But really, you actually have a better chance of getting through when we're crowded. If you call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, what happens is when we're here, we answer. When we're not here, you leave your number, and we promise to call you back to get you on the show. It's impossible not to get on the show, especially if you don't want to wait. You call 303-MARTINO 24/7. That's 303-627-8466. Of course, My YouTube morons, welcome. They're on, and we have our Facebook flunkies and everyone else who downloads us, tons and tons and thousands and thousands. So let me get to waiting. A guy calls and says his mother's house was stolen. Somebody filed a fake promissory note and quitclaim deed or something like that, and they got a notary and filed it with the county. And it was in 2016. She found out about it and did nothing. It's too late. She lost her house forever. She lost it. He said, well, we tried. And now I'm getting involved. I said, well, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter. There are statutes of limitation. Statutes of limitation mean just that. Now, it goes from discovery or from the original incident, and then it goes outward. So, for example, there are some statutes on fraud that go, let's say, 3 years from the incident and 2 years from discovery, whichever is sooner. So you got to kind of chart it out. So if you discovered it right when it happened, you have 2 years. If you discovered it a year after it happens, you still have 2 years, right? Because you have 2 years or 3 years, whichever is first. Now, if it happens, if you find out in the, later on, you only have until that third year. Now, I don't know what the statute was on stealing this house, but I'm pretty sure no matter what, I don't know of any statutes that go beyond 6 or 7 at all. Those are called, and then there are called absolute statutes of limitation, which means it doesn't matter if you discover it, doesn't matter when it happened, doesn't matter what happens. The only time you can go back is if it's within that, but 10 years is usually, 10 to 12 years is an absolute statute, meaning it doesn't matter what anyone did to you in the past. I mean, I've had people with a securities account, with investment accounts call me, and they've been lied to, cheated, and ripped off. They're gone. They'll never be able to go after that financial advisor ever, or the investment advisor ever. So keep that in mind when it comes to problems. Try to get as much help. It doesn't matter if you document that you tried and couldn't get help. It just is called a statute of limitations for a reason.
I think it's pretty liberal when it comes to med-mal, Tom.
Medical malpractice, it is.
Yeah.
I think it goes on for 6, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think it's pretty liberal because if, let's say, somebody left an instrument in your abdomen and 10 years later they find it, I think you may be able to...
I don't really know. I don't know about med-mal. I'm sure we could find out the various statutes of limitations. And the statutes of limitations are both set state and federal, depending on what we're dealing with, or sometimes both. And the states can actually make them better than federal, or better for the consumer. Now, here's the deal. When it comes to wrongdoing, that doesn't mean you can't go after somebody in other ways. But crime and civil matters, you can go on and make reviews. You can tell people about them. You can still go after these people that way, but you're not going to have much help any other way. 303-713-TALK. So, again, a reason to call. Now, on the topic of that woman who had her house stolen, somebody said to me, Tom, if she had title lock, it wouldn't have happened. Wrong. Title lock would have done nothing. And people, don't pay for title lock. I'm telling you that service is free by the county. If your address is on file with the county as owner, you'll get notified anytime anyone tries to file anything on your property. That's free. So what is title lock? It would have notified her. It wouldn't have stopped it. Title lock does not lock anything. It does not lock. It notifies you. Big freaking deal. Here's the other thing. Listen to this one. She already knew about it, right? So it doesn't matter. She did know about it. She just didn't do anything about it. So don't give me that nonsense about title lock. Oh, do you know there are people steal houses every day? Well, yeah, people do steal houses. And title lock will not prevent it. It'll notify you. You still have to fight it. And most counties are doing this service free. And by the way, that's why I don't think you hear them advertise it that much anymore. So you can go and find out what's recorded on your property, when it was recorded, who recorded it. And it's truly something that people do try to get away with someone who's older. They try to get away with it with people. Unfortunately, I'm going to tell you, what they do, these thieves. Do you know who they target? They target people who are older, especially if they have rentals, and as collectors, bad collectors and gutter service. Oh, it's a long story, but people who go after people to collect debts, old debts, knowing those debts are old. The same kind of people go after titles that go after these old debts. They're the same kind of people, and they target the same people every time. Older people and Hispanic people. Why? I don't know. But if there is an Hispanic surname, they don't know if they're Hispanic, but the surname, Valdez, Garcia, Lopez, they hear these names and they ghost them or go after them. I don't know, people. I didn't make up those rules. Maybe it's not politically correct to say it, but that's what the hell happens. That's what the hell happens.
Is it because of the language barrier, Tom?
I think they assume that these people are not on top of it. That's what they do. And older people, they assume they're not on top of it. Okay? For example, collecting debts. It's called gutter service. After 6 years, speaking of statutes of limitation, after 6 years, a creditor can no longer take you to court or get a judgment. Okay? What does that mean? They have no teeth. You may owe the money, but if you go past the 6 years of when it was due, not when the bill was made, obviously, because if it's a 10-year loan, you go past 6 years. It's when it was due or the last payment made. 6 years, they have to come after you. When it was due or last payment. So here's what they do. These shysters, these SOBs, these creeps, they go to companies that have aging debt beyond 6 years. And they say to the company, you're never going to collect this. You wrote it off. And if you sell it, or if you make money on it, now you got to go amend the deduction you already took. So why don't you just give it to us for a penny? We'll buy it for a penny. And then if you sell it, it's off your books, and you'll never have to report a gain, ever. It's a deduction. We get it for a penny. What do you care what we do with it? So they buy 100 of them for $1. The company, who cares, has to claim $1 of income against that deduction. Now they take this debt, and they look for people who are pigeons. And they say things like, you owe this money. And people say, but Tom, isn't this too old to come after? And I said, yeah, but they're still going to bug you. But worse, they're going to trick you. And here's the trick. They say to you, listen, we'll settle this whole thing. Let's keep it out of court. Well, they hope you know that they can't take you to court. They hope you don't know that. But they say, how about just make one payment and let's settle this? How about $25? And you're thinking, I owe $25,000. They want $25. That's a good deal. Now, why did they do that? Yeah. Why did they? Any guesses, guys? Why did they do it?
It restarts the time clock.
Absolutely.
The clock starts
it over.
Yep.
You make a payment, guess what? They have 6 years to come after you. You have it's called novation. They've made a new agreement. Now, you think it's a complete settlement, but they never really say that. Once you pay, no matter what you pay. So if it's over 6 years, they cannot they can come after you, but they cannot do anything ever, 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 ever.
Hey, Tom, if it's after 6 years, what happens on your credit report? Does it go away or does it stay there forever?
It goes away, I think, on your credit report after 7, I believe. There's different ones. Bankruptcy, I think, is 10 years, I think. It might be 7. The reporting agencies really can be kinder if they want. It doesn't have to stay on. It depends on what they promise. I know there is some law to that, but I don't know exactly what the laws are for certain things. But in any case, the credit report can have things on it or not, and that's a separate thing altogether. But in any case, what you need to do is, and by the way, if it is on your credit report, and you want to tell them it's inaccurate, there's no way for a credit report after 6 years or 7 years to ever go back and document a debt. They have to take it off. So maybe that's why they take it off. 303-713-TALK. Today is a Friday. Say we start out with a lot of pearls for you to digest or to take in. And here's the deal. If you have any questions, problems, complaints, 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO. And we continue with Car Day coming up, 303-627-8466.
Attention, Colorado business owners. Want to boost your presence and attract customers? Valpak reaches over 1 million local households each month. Perfect for restaurants, auto shops, retail, entertainment, salons, spas, healthcare, or home service businesses. For just pennies per home, stay top of mind with 2 customized mailings per month and trackable campaigns. New Valpak customers get a free mailing. Call us today at 1-855-2-VALPAK. That's 1-855-2-VALPAK. Valpak, your success delivered.
TheArtOfGranite.com. That's the place you go for prices on the phone. You know, hardly anyone in the world gives prices on the phone. So why does the Art of Granite do it? Because Mitch Floria is proud of the way he does business. You call him, tell him what you want, he gives you a price. It's that simple. Now, he may ask for some square footage, of course, and maybe even a pick or two. But here's the bottom line. He'll do any countertop, any material, anytime. Call him. And I have known him now for many, many years. He is such a good guy and a great company. 303-386-5919. Always specials and incentives to use him, including free backsplashes, free edge treatments, free sinks. You can get 25% discounts with cabinets. Listen, call and find out more. 303-386-5919.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Come join us for a company-wide sale. Everything is up to 60% off.
With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
Was I made a copy of my license. I said, here's a copy of my license, because if I go for a test drive, I need the license
Mark it
on
up
me. So what they usually do, they'll give you a copy of it.
I had a guy
I said, here's a copy of it. And they said, well, you can't
3
take
weeks
a test
ago,
drive without giving us your license.
Had us
And I
order a
said, okay,
tranny
well,
form.
I'll go somewhere else and do a test drive.
We were lucky
It
to
was
find
at
it.
Arapahoe, Hyundai.
And got it shipped in. Well, it no more than shows up on the door, and he shows up with a tow truck and bank authorization because the car got repoed.
No. The
like,
was going to go with me.
So he wants his money back for the tranny. I said, if the dealer will take
without a restock.
Yeah, they want to keep you there.
So they did. They took it back.
So I'm gonna go
gave him
with
back his money.
McDonald.
He calls yesterday.
I'm
He
looking
reacquired the
at
car.
Honda.
Can you get the tranny? Guess what? It's not available.
I know someone who has one that she loves.
Yeah.
Dealer was actually really sensitive to that because they literally just delivered it to us the day before.
Yeah.
And so we
Most
walked
of them
in,
are good.
and he said, "Well, why are you returning this? Return this? You know, I mean, this is a $4,000 ticket." Guy got his car repoed. That's as good a answer I've ever heard. But.
We have a Hyundai. You know, they're stealing these comments with you. So the insurance comes out, takes his photos, asks me for a previous report because this is the second time for the same car. So he just writes the check for the same amount, leaves. we ordered the part, put it on the rack, go up in the air. They had ran over a curb and took the whole bottom of it. So I had to call it back. So, hey, we're going to have to send all these parts back. There'll probably be a restock fee. But yeah, they didn't think anything.
Hey, MR.
It's not my fault.
Hold on.
Can you cut the commercials over YouTube during breaks so they can hear us here?
Yeah.
Okay, because he's hearing all the commercials and they want to hear us because I do want to talk to them. Okay, is that okay?
Okay, I can't hear.
Have you dealt with any of those Hondizer keys?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't
No,
hear
I
you,
love
bro. You're not talking to me. You're giving me sign language.
No, they're great cars. Best car ever, Jeeps.
It's
Love
an easy,
Jeeps.
quick fix, and I don't understand why these
We've been
people
doing a
are...
ton of heads all of a sudden.
MR.
'Cause I can't get
We'll take the commercials off so you can hear me.
Well, Jeep's having problems getting them anyway. So, last one we ordered, they sent the intake and not the exhaust, so then we called them back. They're like, well...
Okay, thanks, MR. Listen, I'm also going to address MC. I'm going to address your topic.
I'll take Q cells a remit head for about 500.
Yeah, we just bought the Jeep.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. MC, one of my YouTube morons, said, I signed up for Adams County website for recording notification. It wasn't automatic. Let me clarify this about what the counties do. If something is recorded in your name and your address is on file, you get a copy of the recording. No, they don't notify you. You get a copy of it eventually. And MC's right about that. They don't notify you, but you can sign up for free notification. If you don't, you're still going to get notified when something is recorded against your home. Let's go to, you'll be sent a copy. Now, that might be longer than you want to wait. So as MC posted on my YouTube stream, you can sign up for notification with each county. Janie, what's going on, Janie?
Hi, yes. I'm having a problem with the halfway house in Bryan and Adams County.
Okay, are you part of the halfway house, or is this someone you know?
No, it's my son.
What's going on?
And he's been out for a couple of months because he's been doing so good. Well, now he ended up going Sunday that just passed to go do a UA. And yesterday I took him back because they told him to come in for a UA, and then they told him that his UA was hot.
So he went. So the son went back for a UA and had to go back to the halfway house.
Yes. So he went to go do a UA again, and that's what they told him. He goes, Mom, they just called me and told me that my UA is hot. I go, no, you don't do that, Nathan. And so right now they told him that he had to stay inside, and Nathan told them that I go, hey, they go, what you guys are doing is wrong. You guys doing a mistake.
Well, are you sure it's wrong? I mean, and listen, I'm not accusing your son of anything, but how do you know?
How do I know? Because my son doesn't smoke weed. My son's been there for a year. Okay.
Hey, listen, Janie, did you guys do your own UA to just check it out? What I'm saying is it possible?
We were going to do that, and he didn't. That guy said I was going to do it, and I was going to go buy it, and he goes, no. He goes, what's the use doing it? He goes, we're not going to go for that.
Wait a minute.
He goes, Nathan,
I'm not talking about.
Leave?
No, I'm not talking about for the halfway house. Here's what I'm talking about. True story. I had a friend. I don't want to get into details.
Yes.
Who got in trouble at work for a hot UA. He swore to God he never, ever, ever did anything. What he had done, he was at a friend's house, and he ate some candy that was sitting on the table. It was a gummy, just one. It wasn't enough to make him high, but it was enough to get into his blood. I'm asking, why wouldn't you do that just to see?
Why? I did. We wanted to take a test and for him because he was at the halfway house.
No, I'm saying on your own. Why don't you do it?
We were going to do that, but they didn't let me.
No. You see, no one can stop you. You can do it for no one can stop Janie. I'm not talking about an official one from them. You go to Walgreens, you go somewhere and buy a UA test and have your son do it just for your own peace of mind. That's all I'm saying. And then figure out. So anyway, what did the halfway house say when you said to them, I know my son didn't do it? What did they say?
They just go, well, we don't know what he's doing out there. And I go, well.
Why do you think, though? No, seriously, most likely the test is not inaccurate. Now, they could have had his file mixed up, maybe.
Yeah, that's what Nathan told him, because you guys probably got the P mixed up, because Nathan's not going to do that, I promise you. Nathan's been going through this for a year.
Listen, I'm not disputing it, Janie, I'm not disputing it. But really, if he has a hot UA, so what is the consequence? What does he have to do now?
Now he stood there. Now he has to wait until the other UA goes through. And then he has to wait.
So hold on. That's good. So they did a second one.
Yes, he did.
It was hot. Okay. Now, here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know. When did he do the second one?
Yesterday.
Oh, good. When are you going to get the results?
I talked to my other son, and he goes, Mom, they should have that result by Monday or Tuesday. They're telling Nathan till Friday.
But he's not sitting in the halfway house, is he?
Yes. Yeah. They kept him there.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He has, this is not right. And there's a lot of things that's going on that I could have my daughter-in-law.
You sound like a wonderful mom. I want you to do me a favor, please. We will contact. Listen. There's nothing we can do if there's a second test right now. Let's wait for that test. Kachina, let's have her come back on. I mean, really, there's nothing we can do at this point until we get this other test. And then let's figure it out. I'm going to mark it pending, and let's just wait. Because really, there's not much we can do until this second test. I promise, Janie, we'll talk to you about it, okay? 303-713-TALK. Now, Chris, what is your comment on Janie? What is your comment?
I was basically going to say that at the halfway house, once they take your analysis, if it does come up hot because there is a possibility for false positives, they would automatically, normally remand him and then retest him again.
And that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, because it happens. It happens. They're only 97, 98% effective. So still 2 out of every 100, someone will get caught that's not actually hot.
Okay.
There's a system in place, and they will treat him right.
Well, I think so. I don't think they want to keep him there, for God's sake. So they're looking for excuses to keep people out, don't you think?
The government, yes, but the halfway house gets paid by number of beds being used.
Oh. Do you have personal experience in this, Chris?
My brother has had some issues with the laws in the past.
And did he ever come up hot when he wasn't?
No, he only came up hot when he was hot. When I was in the army, we used to test people all the time. And if your analysis came up positive, then it goes through a different, more extensive test for a mobile mass spectrometer to actually check every chemical in the urine. So that's probably what they'll do. It's not pee in a cup. It actually goes under a mass spectrometer at a lab.
By the way, I just want to know something, and maybe you don't know, Chris, but now we're on this discussion. Do those cleansing teas and drinks work?
Not the way they advertise.
Yeah. I'm just curious.
In the morning, if you think about it, it's going to be most concentrated in your blood. So if they tell you to drink a lot really quick in the morning, you're going to just dilute it. But those things are so sensitive, you would literally have to probably drink gallons and gallons a day.
And do you know how long it stays? How long does pot stay, or drugs? I don't know how long they stay in your urine. I know they stay in your blood probably longer, right?
Right. It once again, it depends on how quickly you're flushing stuff out of your system. The Army standard was 50 nanograms per milliliter. So you could have 49 and you wouldn't be hot, but 50 would be hot.
But how long? Do you know how long it would take to shed all that naturally?
Well, it depends on how concentrated it was in your system. Like if you're smoking pot every day, it's going to be much higher than a person who does it once.
Yeah.
So anywhere from 7 to 28 days, they say on average.
Oh.
For marijuana.
Okay, thank you. Chris is a world of information.
Hey, Tom, it seems to be like his only punishment is he has to stay in the halfway house over the weekend.
Well, right now, unless it comes back hot again.
What's the big deal? I mean, he's there for 2 days.
Yeah, I know.
It's the weekend.
I think the big deal is the mom's afraid it's going to come back hot again. And I think the really big deal is she's having some doubts. That's what I think. But who knows? Or that he got caught. I know. You know how many people, my YouTube morons are really mean, and because they don't believe anybody. And I'll bet you they were thinking, come on now, Mom. I'll guarantee you most every single moron on YouTube and maybe Facebook flunkies, because the online people are ruthless. No mercy. They're thinking, come on, Mom. Come on.
I must be ruthless then, too.
We all thought it
immediately. Yep.
That's our first thought. Mom,
he wouldn't do that.
He's smoking dope.
Yep.
I would have just bought him a text.
Jeff,
and said,
am
"Hey,
I
take
lying?
it."
Did you think that right away?
100%.
Yep.
It's like this is the same kid
You
that got
guys
caught in trouble.
You guys are terrible.
He got in trouble enough to get into the halfway house. Do you really think this is beyond him?
But the point is, what's the big deal? So he's in the halfway house.
Well, it could be a big deal depending on what he's doing as far as work is concerned. It could cost him his job.
It's my turn, right? Yeah.
We already got it.
But why?
Jesse got it.
No, you don't have to do that.
Oh, sorry, done.
I don't know if she ordered it yet or
the
not.
last
but,
two
yeah.
that I came up, so it's my turn. That's all I know.
No fucking cheeseburger pizza.
No.
I'll never forget that.
I told her to order whatever you guys
You know why? Because never mind. Long story.
No, Rodney was it. He ordered a cheeseburger or barbecue pizza or something.
We said, get the hell.
I was going to bring in some of my homemade meatballs and spaghetti.
Well, they tried, but Anthony's don't make the cheeseburger with pickles. And
So you took the beef and all the
That was the
ingredients.
first time I seen an Italian pass out from Tony Soprano.
You need it yourself.
Except I had 2 poker games, and they were like,
That's when you want a cheeseburger.
Hold on, guys. Euro Plumbing, Colorado.net. They are known for the water heaters at a screaming deal. You know what? I get calls from plumbers all day saying, how is he doing this? How is he doing it? $13.99 a 40-gallon tank fully installed. The old one taken away. $14.99 a 50-gallon tank fully installed. The other one's taken away. That's right. He wants to be put to the test. He says nobody can touch him, and that's EuroplumbingColorado.net. You need a water heater, 303-668-6844. Now, Simply Floors, Inc. I've known Buddy and Karen Mitchell, God, I think since they started their business. And I've been advertising for them because I love the way they do business. First of all, they're experts, okay? That goes without saying. They have value. They have proximity mills, which floods them with materials and supplies and beautiful floor coverings of all kinds, from carpeting to hardwoods to laminates to... Anyway, here's what they do. They want you to have a great experience, a great price, great value, great warranties, great service, all of it. And their people reflect it. Make your own appointment. They'll come to you. Or you can go to one of their showrooms, Simply Floors, Inc. That's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
It looked like a very similar scene to that.
That'll work.
That's what you look like when the... It was like a taco pizza. You know? Why? If you want a taco, you want a taco.
You want Mexican, get a taco. You want pizza, get pizza.
The wife and I, on our first date, we went to a Mexican place. They were having some big guacamole place thing, and they come over and mix up the guacamole at the table. Do you want this? Do you want that? And then he asked me, you want crickets? I said, crickets? They taste like sunflower seeds. Well, bring me fucking sunflower seeds. Why do I want to eat a butter?
It's got better protein than sunflower seeds. No. Supposed to be nasty tonight up here? Yeah. You guys are going to get snow up here.
It's supposed to get better as you head south, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think we're only supposed to get some rain. Like it's not supposed to.
I've got to drive to Albuquerque after this.
Albuquerque.
Go pick up my brother.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get very bad down there.
You say you're going to Albuquerque?
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the ugliest cities in the United States.
What is Albuquerque?
Mm-hmm.
My brother, who writes science and math textbooks, goes to New York 2 or 3 times a year to talk to his publisher. He live anywhere in the world. He chose Albuquerque. I said, Ed, why in the world?
Well, New Mexico's pretty nice. I don't know about Albuquerque.
Yeah, I mean, Santa Fe is nice. And
I agree.
There's some. There's a lot of places.
Red River's nice.
Las Cruces. Las Cruces.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just. But Albuquerque.
I mean, actually, it's probably one of the quickest escapes from winter.
Yeah.
Is New Mexico? We don't realize that, as opposed to like Arizona's okay, but isn't New Mexico way closer?
Yeah.
I used to make my motorhome. I would go down south.
Yeah, Albuquerque's going to take me about 6.5 hours.
Yeah. Was it that long? No, I went to Las Cruces. How long is that? But I mean, it can. Well, okay, what is Arizona?
Once you get past Raton,
I'm talking about my motorhome, not
Albuquerque. Probably takes me 4.5. Yeah, it's probably 6 hours. Yeah. 4 to 4.5.
But does Albuquerque have nice winters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
Santa Fe's the same way. They're much calmer down there.
I had a blizzard. I flew down there one time and got a blizzard.
Yeah.
In
they
Santa
still
Fe.
get it. There's not
still
as
get it.
not as bad as ours.
But every once in a while,
I got stuck there in my helicopter one time.
And they have skiing in Taos and Red River and Angel Fire, so they do have some.
Yeah, because it's
mountains,
weird. You
but-
get over Raton is nasty sometimes, and then
once you get over there. We go to New Mexico a lot. We ride motorcycle down.
Santa Fe's 5.5.
Easy way to ride.
Takes me about 2.5 to fly there. 2.5, 3, 2.5.
Well, you can save me 4.5 hours. Just fly it out.
What are you going down there for?
It's a nice flight.
I'll pick up my brother.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a nice flight. I go over La Vida. Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, waterpros.net, the best water systems at the lowest prices. I love great pricing. I love great products. I love great drinking water for coffee and drinking. And I'm telling you, I don't know how to explain this. You can drink the water without thinking about it because it doesn't have any taste whatsoever. It's just wonderful. 303-862-5554. You'll never get a lower price. Waterpros.net. So anyway, it's car day. Got my car people here. Took a few calls up front. If you want to call on anything, cars or otherwise, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Do you know that among young people, Google is taking a backseat to TikTok for traffic and searching? So, you know how you want to get information? I used to go to Google. I don't go to Google anymore for information. I mean, Google's okay for searching, but it's not logical. And I thought, how stupid that they don't build into Google just AI. So you just ask it a question, it comes back with search results, like Bing did. Now, Microsoft, in my opinion, is going to pull way ahead of Google because of the Copilot and Bing. They got it built right in. So I go to there and I'll ask questions and get answers, and also other websites, right? TikTok, I don't even understand. How do you go to TikTok for information? What they do is they're getting other I was going to say morons, but I don't want to insult my YouTube guys and gals. So what do we call them? TikTok. They're below morons. They're like, I swear to God. Now, I'm not saying I don't love some of the pet stuff and the kids. I mean, some of this stuff is really fun. I'm not about these freaking imbeciles. What do you call them? They're so stupid. It's beyond like when they try to tell you how to do stuff.
TikTok tards.
I wonder if that's politically correct. TikTok tards. Man, do I love
Jeff's
that.
never been politically
I'm doing
correct.
it. TikTok tard. That's a good topic. I mean, a good name. TikTok tard. Until I get a complaint. TikTok tards. They go on. I'll never forget during COVID the freaking advice they had.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that one woman came on and the Dawn spray foam, she was rubbing all over her body and said it will kill all COVID so she won't get COVID. And she did this demonstration, and she didn't have she had not nothing like provocative, but she had like a sports bra and workout shorts, and then did all of her body. So it's telling young people, she was about probably 18, telling people how to avoid COVID with Dawn dishwashing liquid foam. Anyway, so TikTok truly is outnumbering Google on searches. So people search for the other tards on there, the other TikTok tards, TTTs. They search for them for information on how to do stuff. It's way outpacing YouTube. YouTube now and Facebook are for old folks. You know? I mean, in fact, PewDiePie, who was one of the most prolific, he was the #1 subscribed, and this, I think he retired because of all of this. Because I don't think he could take the transition, and he would be considered old anyway right now on TikTok. I think it might be in his 40s, and he made millions and millions and millions on TikTok. PewDiePie was the #1 grosser of revenue for a long time. Well, anyway, 303-713-TALK is our number, 303-713-8255. I want to ask the car guy. So, still the #1 complaint in autos. Jesse, you haven't heard this, have you? What is it?
I have no idea.
Okay. I took my car in for service. It's been there for 3 months, or it's been there for 2 months, or it's been there for 90, whatever. It's too long. Now, we have to stop blaming COVID. No, I swear to God, we have to stop blaming COVID.
It's the common.
Could this possibly be still the trickle down from COVID, from that measly shutdown? Come on. Why? Did people adjust to a new normal? Did suppliers say we're no longer going to warehouse what we used to? Yes. We're just not going to do it anymore.
I think that's it. Absolutely.
Do you know that in the aviation business, and again, I like talking about aviation because I love it, but I want to tell you what they do. They're worse than the car business. You know what they do now? Production runs upon demand. Mm-hmm. So that means if you need something and you put in an order, they don't say it's back ordered. They say it's not even being made yet.
So they get 500 orders.
Exactly.
Or something.
Then they do a production run.
Yep.
So I got to go around begging people to put an order in or just breaking it for them. So, no, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? It's like, did cars ever tell you that? Did you ever hear that?
Oh, Ford's done that. Absolutely.
They wait for a production run?
Yes, absolutely.
So they literally hold everything for a production run?
Yes.
So even the manufacturers are not warehousing.
Mm-hmm.
So what the hell do people do? I mean, I think one of the key factors, people, in shopping for an item is not only the dependability of you want dependability, you want value, you want all that, right? You love it, you like it. Another one should be, how are people getting service? Mm-hmm. So if I had to go out and ask, and we'll do that coming back, I want to know where the car, the vehicle, the make, the model, whatever you have, whether it's the exact unit or the category of a car, I would never, ever have to wait for anything. And it's plentiful and it's a good value. The best all around, well, let's call it convenient car. Convenience for not waiting for anything. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, Frank Duran, the real estate man, he has been doing free market analyses now for a couple years. And here's what it is. People can't believe the level of service he gives. He'll tell you what your house will sell for, why it will sell for that, what you're going to clear, and what you can buy. And he takes all factors into consideration. Absolutely complimentary. Yeah, no pressure to list. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
So I've never been on TikTok. Do you have to have an account?
You have to download the app. Yeah.
Just download the app, yeah.
Like Facebook, where you have to
I think you can go online and just look at it, I think.
Can, yeah.
I've never been on TikTok.
You know what?
You had a suggestion to switch it to TikTok twits in order to say
TikTok twits,
more politically correct.
Twits?
Yeah, TikTok twits.
Who told you that?
Somebody on YouTube.
Oh, you're looking at my morons?
Yeah. They're probably not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, you've never been accused of being politically correct.
Yeah, fuck them. Joke them if they can't take a fuck, right?
Yep, exactly.
You haven't been on TikTok yet. That one
Neither
and
have I.
Instagram's the other one.
I have
haven't
no
been on
interest.
Instagram either.
Zero interest. But I mean, they say that kids are actually getting their news from TikTok.
Their news.
It's
Isn't that scary?
crazy.
Yep.
I heard the same thing.
Well, that's
with
why I'll
Facebook.
say the same thing, though, because
Yeah.
they're just regurgitating the
That's-
crap that,
yep.
you know, their followers.
And that's
Hey,
why we're
Trump
getting
ought to
all
go on
these-
TikTok.
Yeah.
Do what?
Trump.
They're all morons, every one of them. It's just scary, though, these you know, the Palestinian, you know, protesters. And
Made in the shade. You know, that's an expression people use. It's kind of an old expression. How you doing, man? Hey, man, I got a made in the shade, meaning that it's easy street, you know, or you know, I'm on the beach. I'm retired. I have a great time. Well, actually, for window coverings, it's kind of clever because what they want to show you, this company called Made in the Shade, they want to show you how easy it is for window coverings. No more measuring, no more worrying about what to get, where to get, when to get it. They do it all from beginning to end. They'll come in. They did for Deputy Doc. They measured everything. They recommended, thank God, what he should use because they have a designer instead of relying on his own bad taste. Then he orders it. They come and they install it. They guarantee it, and they meet a budget. They even had temp shades they put up. Now, they have high-tech, low-tech, in between tech. They have solar-powered shades. They have soft goods, hard goods, which are like shutters, hard goods, whatever you want, made in the shade. DenverShades.co.
So TikTok's going to take over the world, huh?
Yep.
Then what the heck
One
are you
idiot
gonna
at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see,
That's
just,
how all them cars are
they're
getting
just
stolen.
lemmings, though. Yeah, exactly.
They say there's a TikTok video on how easy it is to get in a Hyundai and
Yep.
just steal it. It's like
That's where it all started.
Well, the other one was the migrant in New York showing everybody how to be a squatter.
Really?
Yeah. It's like, don't be living in a tent, man. Just go find your hell. Let me show you. Yeah.
that is crazy. And then they get paid for making a video, right?
I don't know. How do you get paid? By having followers?
Just like YouTube. If you guys you become an influencer or they run it.
Don't they take a percentage of it?
Yeah, everybody does, no matter where you are. Anti-Israel.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's so bad the colleges now are cracking down on.
You know, an eye for an eye. Remember, that's in the Old
Testament.
Pentateuch, the first, you know, the Moses books, the Jewish Bible. But they forget an eye for an eye. No, they say a nation for an eye.
Yeah.
Your army for an eye. I mean, they will not let something go unpunished.
No.
They are really turn the other cheek. Hell
no. No, they don't have any.
He didn't say my cheek.
we ain't those Christian people. Man, I'm telling you, they hit Iran. You know that.
Well, I mean, they're constantly freaking under attack anyway, daily.
What a small,
even before the whole.
What a powerful country for such a small.
Such a battle-hard motherfucker.
Yeah, but they didn't really target anything dramatic. They just wanted to
didn't.
show them how far they could reach in and just say, look,
holy shit,
next time we're going to hit.
Surgical.
Yeah, exactly.
What's amazing is how they dealt with the influx of multiple attacks from Iran between drones and missiles. It was incredible.
Yeah.
2% hit. 2%.
That was the British.
That's
and the
humiliating
US.
for Iran.
The British
right?
U.S. Air Force.
Well, they call the Iron Curtain for a reason.
Yeah.
What is called the Iron Curtain?
Their missile
Their
protection
missile
system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Sounds like it's working. If only
But
2%
didn't they get all their
hit.
defense shit from us?
Yeah. A lot of it. Well, the
some of
British
that-
and the U.S. Navy.
There's
and the
other
Air
tech
Force.
that they've developed too.
How did that Air Force get to be the best? I mean, didn't they train here?
Mm-hmm.
But they did just have this aptitude or what?
everybody in the country goes through the military, and they're proud of it. I mean, they have a lot
But
to pick from.
well, for some reason, the Air Force, these pilots
They're
apparently.
very good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Like the guys I train over here, like some kind of aptitude or something that just goes fucking crazy. They're surgical, man. They just How often do you hear about Israel fighter pilots getting shot down? Seriously.
Not very often.
No. Were there bombers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're on a mission from God, though, man. You know, that's what's driving them. Well, I guess Iran maybe might feel that way too. I don't know.
There's a lot of anger over there. A lot
God
of
almighty, what a pot.
And what are they fighting over this time?
Well, it all started with.
Sorry.
You know what? It started with the Gaza thing, right? With the with the attack. I mean, the terrorists, the Hamas, and then they said, the world said Israel overreacted. It's okay to get some revenge, but now you're way over. That's what I think they're saying.
Israel 20 years ago wanted to take out Hamas, and the U.S. stopped them.
But why would anyone be upset with them hitting Iran?
I don't think anybody is upset about it.
They just don't want.
Well,
to
in New York they are.
Yeah. Well, they just hate Israel. They no matter what Israel does, it's wrong. But that New York protest was brutal. You know, the dragging caskets with the American flag on the street.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's talk to Oswaldo. Oswaldo, what is happening, sir? What's going on?
Thank you for taking my call, Senor Martino.
What's happening with your engine?
I got a question because my truck is a 2015. It's not a new truck, but I had it.
How
for
many
a while,
miles on
and
it?
178 right now at this point.
Okay, and how many on the engine?
It's the original engine. Everything should be
Okay.
on the same mileage.
Okay,
And,
so what's going
my
on?
question- Well, when the engine light came on about 2 months ago, I went to a Dodge dealer, and I got a quote. They told, I wanted to get a diagnose on what's going on, and they told me your engine is bad. We will have to replace it, but it has to be a rebuilt engine. And they quoted me 13,000 ballpark number.
All right, did they say they were going to rebuild it or exchange it?
They will put a new rebuild engine.
Guys, what do you think?
And yeah,
Is that a diesel or what engine do you have in that truck?
It's a gasoline. It's a 1500 gas.
So it's the Hemi or what motor?
It's a Hemi, yes.
The
Is that
5.7.
heavy on the price?
It's a little. It's up there. It's usually around 10.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 10.
You're always going to pay a little more.
Well, that's my question.
But I'd be more concerned if you need the engine. Like, what did they say is wrong with the engine? I know 170 miles is a lot of miles, but those engines, I don't know. I mean,
They have cam problems, so they can definitely have cam problems. But you don't
can't-
always have to do the engine if they have cam problems.
Now, what would be involved in doing it's an overhead cam, I'm assuming. So you can get to that without cracking open the whole thing.
Yeah, we take the valve covers off and get in there and see what's going on with the cams. Depending on what's wrong with the cams.
Oswaldo,
if
the
lobes
first
are
thing
bad.
I would do is before I even start shopping engines, I would just make sure you need it. I'm not always confident that dealers get it right.
Okay, that's where I'm going because I would like to get an independent mechanic.
All right, so
to give me
where are
an
you
estimate.
where are you located, Oswaldo?
Basically in Aurora.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. I think you need to go over to Sheridan. You don't do engines on those, do you, Jeff?
Right now, we're so overloaded with drivetrain,
Okay.
we can't get it through.
Dude, Kevin can do an analysis on that. Sure. SheridanAutotech.com. Hey, Kachina, give him Sheridan Autotech's address on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. So, Josie, JR, stay on the line. We'll get to you and more. Coming up. shot the hell out of that hour, didn't we? All right. Now, my brother, this is weird, okay? Now, our family is blessed with health and longevity. My brother's 84, I think. But totally, he lives alone. He did drugs and smoked and everything. Everything wrong you could do, he did. Eating. No, don't just pick it. He did it wrong. Everything. Lack of exercise, everything. Sex with unbridled women, okay? Anything wrong, he did it, okay? So, and he didn't have any health problems as a result of it. But here's what I noticed something. It's an insidious thing, and I noticed this with other people. Now I watch it with my brother. So here's what happened. He's living alone now. His dick's not working. He's getting old. He's getting like discouraged, right? Lack of energy. So he starts sleeping more. I mean, I want to sleep more now and then, take a nap, right? Okay. So then he doesn't go out to eat, doesn't cook anything. So you get a little malnourished. You drink coffee, stop drinking water. So then you get more tired. So you stay in bed longer. Very, very slow process. Because, he used to like going out and getting coffee, Dunkin' Donuts, talking to people. He was very social. So then what happens is, then your brain starts getting to a point where you just want to sleep. Think about it. No nutrition, no hydration. And then you don't want to be bothered either. So my sisters would call and say, Ron, you've got to get out because his caseworker from VA, he's a veteran, disabled. They would have him go, they would go over this, saying he's not doing anything. He's getting mean. All of that's right? They can't force him because he's not like insane. So they can't force him to do anything. They said we have to wait till he's near death to force it.
Wow.
We can't do it. So my sisters went to visit him, took him out for coffee, took him out to eat. He said, when are you leaving?
Yeah.
In other words, he used to love company. He used to love attention. Just wanted to go back to bed. He literally, it's amazing. The brain starts, it just from not feeding and not taking care of yourself, it just starts shutting down. So then he got so bad when the caseworker came, now he's incontinent, so on. I said, all right. They say, okay, this ain't good. We got to get him out. So they take him to the hospital. And now he's in intensive care. They're feeding him, doing this. And to get his brain back to where he can at least think, right? But he just lost his fucking will to live. There's nothing specifically wrong with him.
Wow.
So now hospice is going to, the guy's just going to die. But there's nothing, there's nothing wrong. He's 84 and he lived a shit life. But you can't point to somebody saying his lungs are failing, his life is failing, his heart failing, nothing. Isn't that weird?
But he has no outside contact. No will to live, no.
He used to, but they all just died or went away or deteriorated. But it's a slow, that's why when I read all these surveys and I watch TED Talks about people who are connected live longer.
Yeah.
Of course.
You know, like my aviation community, fishing, hunting, poker, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Church. People are connected.
Bowling.
The people that we bought our cabin from is exactly what the widower said. It was him and his wife, and she was driving down highway.
Just started.
Yeah, she was driving down Highway 50 and had a heart attack and drove off a cliff. She survived. She was in the hospital for about 6 months.
How old was she?
She was right around 60. But 6 months in the hospital, they let her out. You're in good shape. Go live a good life. That's exactly what he said. She just lost the will to live. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't talk. She wouldn't do nothing. Took 6 months. She died. And then he couldn't stay there anymore.
So my brother, there's nothing we can do about it. We're all talking about it. There's nothing we can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't. There's just nothing you can do about it.
There's a great, there's a site for that which is called Ennui. You know what that means? ENNUI. It's sort of a lack of interest in anything where there's no, you're just unhappy totally. And, you just, like your brother's a perfect case of that. What?
How does it happen?
Because he
was just the opposite of that, though. That's what
he was indulging in everything.
Going and doing everything, and
and he thought every woman was in love.
Yeah.
Loved cars,
right?
Selling. He sold cars for years. But it happened so I think it's because, and he loved his cats, but then he couldn't even have them at the new place.
Oh,
so
man.
everything was like taken away from him.
Yeah,
I guess when you have nothing to live for, your body starts. I swear to God. Yeah.
You just get bored. You're just done.
His
Yeah.
kids. His son died.
I worry about
His
it.
son died.
Yes.
His son died during COVID, and they called it COVID. Listen to this. Drug addicted on opiates, cirrhosis of the liver from drinking, 380 pounds with lap band surgery. I mean, this man was, listen, this is his son, right? Drugs and alcohol and cirrhosis and he didn't
Overeating,
take care of
I
himself,
assume.
pneumonia,
Yeah.
obesity. So listen to this. He goes to the hospital. He dies. They test him for COVID. So, COVID. Hey, fucking COVID didn't show up. Right?
I can name
I
a
mean,
couple
but
other
that-
things.
during COVID.
Yeah, they were getting government funding for everybody who died of COVID.
I said, look at this son. This guy couldn't have lived.
God.
And then, but anyway, that was terrible. His son died. By the way, they weren't talking that much either. So I got a voicemail from Dan, this kid, Danny, and saying, I'm in the hospital. Give me a call when you get a chance. I'm going on a camping room with my son for Christian camp. I didn't call. I hear he died, the kid. It was terrible. But he has no relationship with his daughter. So he doesn't even have kids. So he has nothing to live for. Isn't that weird how that happened? Isn't that weird?
Just shows that, there is a mind-body connection.
A
we
mind,
don't
body, and
understand.
soul, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't gonna catch me retired. Ain't happening.
You know how many people I hear retire and they die in a week?
Well, you know what? I think it's more common when a longtime spouse dies,
Mhm.
Oh,
and then the surviving one dies relatively quickly.
I've heard that too. But no, the whole retiring thing scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. Well, how old are you?
Oh, I'm only going on like 45, 50.
Oh, okay. So you got ways. Yeah.
But
How old's
people
Mark?
always
Is
ask
Mark in his 40s still?
Yeah. They keep saying, "Why are you
I think
opening
he's
another
40.
shop? Why did you?"
I think he just turned 47.
Why are you buying
Didn't he just have a
another
birthday?
shop? Aren't you
Yeah, he
serious?
did actually.
I'm not retiring. I'm building another shop in 2 years. We're putting another one up north, and no, I'm not stopping. As far as I'm concerned, I'm 20. We got to get going here.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Sorry.
That's how you get hurt. 45-year-olds think they're 20.
Yeah. Oh.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. I'm Tom. It's Car Friday. What's going on in your life? If you're joining us, give us a call. If you need help, information, referrals on anything, not just cars, but today's cars, Sheridan Auto Tech with us. And that's Uncle Kevin. We got Jeff Fick, Kimmer Transmissions. We have Jesse Schillinger over at Honest Accurate Auto in Colorado Springs. So let's go to the phones. Anything we could do to help you, we will. Now, like I said, cars or not, Josie's been waiting a while. Josie, what's going on?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I need a reference to, I have a couple rooms that doesn't have in the ceiling an outlet. I need a couple fans put up.
We have great electricians. I mean, it's easy to find. Now, I want to tell you that you want to. Let's see. If it's a small job and you want an electrician, I'll tell you who we have. We have Plumline. Plumline does plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Great people. Plumline, and that's 303-586-1086. Okay. Then we have Fix It 24/7. I love these people too, and everything is quoted up front. So they give you a rate. And Fix It 24/7 does plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. And Fix It is 720-526 3939. And then we have he just added an electrical department, and he will he's really anxious to take on some new jobs. And he has some great pricing, and that's Garrett over at 888heating.com. They have a deal going where for $28, they'll come out and check everything out for you and then credit you the $28 on anything you have done. And that's 303-770-2776.
Okay.
And that's 888heating.com. So you should have no problem finding people for that small job.
Oh, okay. On the 88 heating, I listened to you about 40 years.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
And I always refer you to different, my friends.
Good. Thank you.
And family. But anyway, I got them also to do my air condition and my heating. So
you did. You did 888heating.com. Thank you. Yeah, they're at 303-770-2776. We have really good people on the referral list. We really do. And then that advertise on the show. Thank you, Josie. So JR has a transmission. JR, is this one of my YouTube moron JRs or is this another JR?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
JR from the road.
What's happening, bro?
So I got a real quick, better politically correct.
Oh, okay.
TikTok twits.
TikTok twits. That's way better than what Jeff Vick came up with from Kimmer Transmission. Anyway,
Right.
TikTok twits. Okay, I like
And then
that
I got
one.
a real quick comment about what you were saying, buying according to how you service. This is the reason I stay away from solar.
You're right.
It never fails when you get a solar guy on there. They disappear. Or
You know
never get
what?
service,
You know
or
what?
you can never get
I'll have to own that. Over the years, we have had solar people who had all the best intentions and didn't stick around. Now, the good news is we only had one bad guy that took some money toward the end and didn't do the system. Only one. All the rest phased down their business, okay? And the manufacturer warranties were still in effect. Even the bad guy, the manufacturers, were still in effect. But I am really thinking that ProBidEnergy.com and RedRocksRS.com, I really believe that those two, I'm not going to say they're here to stay forever, but they are really, really good. And they're using stuff easily serviced by the manufacturers or others. But right now, they're good people, really good people. And ProBidEnergy.com, I know Mark, and he works for a guy that's been there for years, and he wants to continue. And you can look him up, ProBidEnergy.com. Now, on the Red Rocks, it's RedRocksRS.com. But anyway, so I agree with you, though. I totally agree with you on that. So what's going on?
So I got a 2014 F-150. I want to do a transmission service. I got an estimate on it. Now, the question is, what should I do? Should I do a drain and fill, a flush and fill? And one part of the question I have is on that 2014 F-150. In the estimate, nothing was said about replacing a filter. Does that have a filter?
All good questions. So on transmissions, go through it when you do the filter, when you do flushing, all of that.
Most transmissions we can change a filter, particularly on some of the front wheel drives that are internal to the case. You can't access them, so some of them are drain and fill, some of them you flush. On that one,
particular one,
on that one, you can drop the pan and change the filter, and I recommend you do. They have a problem with the seal on those that actually shrinks. So usually about 7 out of 10 of them will drop that pan, and the filter falls out with the pan. So you'll definitely want to change it at the same time. Depending on which setup you've got, you have to take darn near half the car apart to get the pan off. So they can be costly.
Now, are you telling me, though, that there are some that you can't remove the filter?
Yeah, I mean, notoriously Honda. I mean, that's ever since.
So what happens? Do they eventually clog up, or
if you change your fluid every 30,000, you're going to help yourself tremendously, but they cause problems down the road.
So would you suggest a drain and fill or a
No,
flush?
do a conventional service where you do a conventional service where. No, don't do a chemical flush.
No.
Never do a chemical flush. So, but no, I would do a conventional service, drop the pan, change the filter, and refill the fluid.
All right. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Andrew wants to talk about gasoline. Andrew, what's going on?
Yeah, I was just curious if there is any difference between like the Costco or a Kroger fuel compared to like Shell or Philips?
You know, that's a good question. And then among the brands themselves, really, I love that question. What the hell I often wondered, if I get X amount of octane, what I need, or grade, does it matter about the brand truly? Do you guys really, over the years, think brand names matter? And how do brand names even differ?
I think the only difference is the additive package some of them put in.
Exactly.
You know, the gas is gas. It all comes from the same place. It's just what they add to it.
But do they add substantially?
Some detergents are better than others, yes.
Okay.
And,
you know.
and your car will tell the difference. If you go to Costco 9 out of 10 times, the one time you go to Shell or something, it's going to know the difference. Sometimes it'll.
What do you like?
Your car. I use Costco.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So you go for price as opposed to brand. Does anyone actually search out a brand? I don't think. When I'm driving cross country, do you think I care?
I just tell customers to stick with one. So if you go to Costco or Shell,
why is
try
that?
to stick with that. Because your car gets used to those additives.
Come on.
You go to another gas station, you get another additive. It can throw a check engine light, a CAT code, a oxygen sensor code.
And I stay away from the little
happen.
bitty mom and pop shops only for quality control.
Those are jobbers or whatever they call them, independents, and they just buy from different places at different times, right?
Sure.
Yep.
So what do they get? Can they be getting brand names?
Yes.
Or not?
Or not. Yeah.
But
I
there's
just
absolutely
want somebody
there's
that
no
takes...
consistency.
Yes.
No. None.
Well, Andrew, now as far as your particular vehicle, have you noticed a difference on how it runs?
I won't really only used Shell, but I kind of it looks enticing to go to like Costco for fuel. But I've heard some people say, well, you know, off of like the Kroger that they get pinged.
I like what I like what Jesse said. What you see is what you get, or what you feel and hear is what you get. So if your car does well on it, then it's fine. And that's the same with octane, too. There are some cars that can take lower octanes and get away with it, and there's no issue whatsoever. There are others that need higher octanes. So it's all in what it feels like. That's one of the areas where you can make a decision based on performance, not on cost, not on promise. But when it comes to gasoline, I think Shell has done the best marketing job over the years.
Yeah.
Don't you? When you think of quality fuel, I'm not saying it's true, but Shell has that marketing. They did. Didn't they have the Shell Answer Man at one time? Was it the Shell guy that did that? Or
Yeah, I think that was.
And then you had all kinds of marketing Shell did. But as far as Exxon, what kind of, they don't do any marketing. I mean, Chevron, I mean, I never hear, in fact, I can't even think of a lot of brand names. Diamond Shamrock, is that a brand, kind of, or not?
Used to be.
But if you travel, like when I travel to other cities, Marathon's
a big one, yeah.
They do so much advertising out there.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to be on the road to see some of this. So
I just texted my cousin, who's a chemical engineer and used to do that with gas. So I'm going to see if he
Okay,
can answer
good.
for us.
Turn on your mic next time you talk. Okay. But anyway, Deputy Doc saying he texted your brother?
My cousin.
Cousin, who's a chemical. He's a chemical engineer. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so that Castle Rock show, the home show, is starting at noon at the Douglas County Fairgrounds. If any of you go there, would you call me by cell and let me know how it's doing, okay? And let me know what you think. There's like over 330 booths, and it would be good. But it's a home show. It's not a van show. It's not, I live in a van down by the river. See, Shannon, you can't go to a home show when you don't have a home. He wants window treatments for his van. Anyway, Douglas County Fairgrounds starting at noon and all weekend.
Is that an outside show?
It's inside.
Oh, I was like, the fairgrounds. That sounds out.
Yeah, but they have those big buildings.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
You know, when something happens to your home, they call it a property catastrophe. If anything happens like a fire, a flood, even wind damage where weather starts coming in or seepage. Am I on right now, Shannon? I'm hearing voices, and maybe that's just me. Am I possessed or what? Okay. So anyway, American Restoration is the place to call when things like this happen. Now, even black mold or asbestos, unattended death, they have the knowledge, know-how, experience, bonding, insurance, the EPA certifications. Listen, it's a very complicated business. Don't trust your home to a glorified carpet cleaner or someone who doesn't know what they're doing. American Restoration stops deadly and toxic things in their tracks and helps you rebuild and restore your property. And it's someone I know and trust. Don't let your insurance pick one. You pick it. They'll pick somebody. Once they pay, they're done. You could be left with a mess. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Online is amrest247.com. All right. So K&H Windows started like 65 years ago. They're now known as K&H Home Solutions. And these guys are great. I mean, I've known them from the beginning of my time here. So like 45 years I've known them. And all three owners. And right now, they have the best products that they've ever had. The new owner, Lee Diamond, has partnered with Alpine Windows made right here in Colorado. If you haven't heard of these, my God, they are one of the best windows made. They're fiberglass composite insulated frames. They have this suspended film technology that insulates almost like a damn wall. They're beautiful. Plus, they have other things like everything for the outside of your house, you know, roofing, siding, windows, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. KHWindows.com, 303-421-7100, 421-7100.
They're still talking about Biden and his cannibals.
And his what?
His uncle.
He said his uncle was eaten
by cannibals. That's why they weren't able to recover his body in World War II.
I didn't hear that one. I eat cannibals. It's incredible. Who sang that? I eat cannibals.
I don't know. I heard when you started, I was thinking the same. Who is that? Yeah. I got behind some Mercedes electric thing this morning. What an ugly car it is from the back. E5E or something. I'd never heard of it, but I was amazed. It's like got a big hump on the back of it. It was like a bus. It's kind of weird looking.
Some of the cars that are out there now.
Well, Tom's always talking about he's bored with everything. You know, yeah, everything's just boring.
Changing and bringing out weird stuff, and it's just crazy.
This was Cybertruck. Never thought I'd
Mark's
see somebody
still
driving a
waiting
freaking air fryer driving down the road.
Mark's still amazed with it. He's like, I can't wait to get mine.
Whatever.
I don't know about that. Some of them cars nowadays.
Hey. What's up? I am. You good? That's only from the west side, so I think that's just coming down through the little blue coming from Montrose.
Well, we have 8 lifts.
Yeah, if you look at it, it says west
doors.
side.
So, like,
So
two of the lifts
entrance?
have direct drive-in, and then one main door you can pull in.
Okay,
and
well,
branch
yeah,
off.
shoot it.
Gotcha. Are you 2 in? A lift
Yeah, they were looking at. I know they were already working on County Road 26.
Well, two of the
They were
doors is
working
a
on the
lift right
backside of
there.
your Alpine.
Drive in, and that lift, that's for
So that
trucks
would
and
only
stuff.
add
It's
an
a
hour
little
and a half
bit
to
bigger.
the trip.
And then the other door, you got to drive in. Two of the lifts are kind of back to back, so the one
They're
you
not
pull
allowing
up
it
and
over
back
the bridge.
onto
They're
or
saying
back
you
in,
can get
pull
in through the
on,
traffic.
You know, and then the others are just off to the
Because
right.
they still have the closures.
And then the
Yeah, they
alignment
still have
lift
closures
is at
down
the
in
end
the
of the
Blue.
shop to get a straight line at it. Drive it.
I don't know. Actually, I didn't think they'd started up yet, but I could be wrong.
I've been looking at the new alignment machines too, because I just got informed.
Well, according to Brent, it looks like it's all surface. It's not structural down or the supports. So hopefully they can fix whatever it is up top.
My Hunter rep, they're only
No.
doing 8 years now. Because that's the only way they're going to sell it.
Possibility just needs to be dry out
Doesn't mean
first
it's
because that
not
backside
gonna
of
be
the
good
Alpine's
anymore.
gonna
What
be a
it
bitch.
means is
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you any way we can, as we do every day. So I hope you get your calls in at 303-713-8255. Okay, now let's talk to Kenny. Kenny wants to talk about towing. This is a 99 F350. Man, do they ever die? Like 99. What's the oldest pickup you've serviced? I don't mean one restored. I mean a normal pickup. What's the oldest one you've ever?
We own a 1956 International pickup that we have for the shop that we service.
A real pickup.
Yep.
It's not a showpiece or restored. 1956.
Beat up. We still throw stuff in the back and we take it for the Christmas parade.
How many miles? Did you lose track?
Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, because it rolls over. It's not a 6-digit.
Yeah,
international.
Small international pickup truck.
I've seen
S-Wedge,
scouts that people will swear to God have almost 1 million miles. Is that possible? Why? What was about that? What engine is in that damn thing?
Straight six.
Huh?
Straight six.
But what is it? Who made it?
International Harvester.
Yeah. Is that? Did they just have a bulletproof engine?
It's a commercial engine.
Commercial.
Yeah.
They're old pickups and they're old farm tractors.
They don't make those in anything new, do they?
They're too heavy now. They would EPA and everything else.
Yeah.
Get it done.
But they don't die.
Nope. And they make semis, right? So big rigs.
Yep.
So they
I didn't know
involved in
that.
But that's.
I mean, I only knew of Detroit Diesel and Cummins. I didn't know. But Volvo now, right? Not now, but Volvo makes an engine, right?
Correct.
Who else?
Caterpillar.
Oh, that's
Cat,
right.
yeah.
Cats. And then does International still make it Harvester for over?
Yeah.
So what's the best over the road engine?
You got to talk to the truckers about that. They all have very different opinions on that.
Yeah, they do.
Peterbilt, I think.
Yeah. Hey, man, Kenny, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kenny. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. Okay, so when my truck was a little newer, when I pull up a path, it wouldn't get hot. It would, as the RPMs come down, you would just downshift. Now I start going up the path, and the temperature gauge comes up without the RPMs going down, so I have to downshift, keep it from getting warm.
So it sounds like you're having a coolant flow problem.
Or a clutch, or a fan clutch.
Or fan clutch.
Yeah, you might not be drawing enough air over that radiator.
Or radiators, not flowing good, but.
Right. Okay, so this is what I put on it. So that's kind of what I was thinking. I put a new radiator on it from Mishimoto, an $1,800 radiator. I put a new fan clutch, a new water pump, all new hoses, and a new thermostat.
Okay.
But somebody said there's 2 thermostats on those 7.3.
I was just going to ask if you did both thermostats or just one.
I just did one. I don't know where that second one's at.
Oh.
So, well, which one did you change? Yeah.
I did the top one.
There's
the one
one on the bottom hose.
Yeah.
See, when I pulled that hose off, there was nothing there. So I put the new hose on. There's no thermostat there.
What?
And it is the 6-speed manual transmission in that.
Mm-hmm.
I have to pull up a diagram.
Yeah, I'd have to pull a diagram as well. If you get on YouTube or something and look at it, replacing thermostats, they'll show you the location.
Yeah, see, and I looked on YouTube, and every time it's just the top one shows up. But I was just like, but they did say if that other one bad, it would make the EGTs start getting warmer.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
No, you definitely got to find it. It's you've done everything else.
Yeah,
so do you guys work on those old things?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really?
7.3's been around forever, so we always, yeah.
Well, Kenny, check out one of our people, too. What's that?
Yeah. Oh, and Tom, on that unemployment thing with that U.S. bank card.
Yeah, the one where they're putting holds on him, you mean?
Well, I had an integrity hold too, but she said she got ripped off. That card comes empty, and you have to file each week to fill that card. So if she got 1099, somebody used that money.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're thinking. But thank you, Kenny. I appreciate it, man. Good luck on your truck. 303-713-8255. So Ray wants to talk. By the way, we'll take calls right up till 2 o'clock today. Ray, what's happening with this siding issue, man? I'm trying to look up your problem.
Yeah, this was a metal siding of the home, and they warranty it for life, and the homeowner's gotten elderly. And
now listen, did you call in before this is marked as some kind of follow-up or not?
Yeah, that's right. I did talk with Smarty, and he was able to talk to the manufacturer on this.
And this was back, when did you call originally, Ray?
Oh, probably, I want to say August of 2023, maybe September. I can't remember.
And was it for a friend or for yourself?
For a friend of mine that I've been helping. It's an elderly lady, and, that she just wasn't getting anywhere by trying to get them to do their warranty work. In the meantime, her house was looking worse and worse because the paint was just falling off this metal siding.
Okay.
And Marty was very instrumental in getting that going. And I just want to say the contractor showed up this week and, sandblasted the siding and completely repainted it. So
wow, man, that is so cool. After all that time, we finally got action.
Right, because it had been 2 years before we even called you to get some help. So really appreciate what your team has done.
Well, man, and thank you very much. We'll tell Smarty Pants that. He's in Florida. And okay, well, thank you. It's good to hear that these seeds that we plant keep bearing fruit for people, and things do happen. And, of course, we want to hear if they don't as well. We're not batting 500. Well, we're probably batting 500. Not 1,000, though, that's the point, is that we hear follow-ups. We love it. We can mark that. We can add that to our total. 303-713-8255. Ideal Home Loans still doing home loans. Remember that, with the interest rate guarantee. So when rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. Right now they're hovering around 7, but they will refinance you free of charge. 303-867-7000.
So, Tom, if you were in New York, would you be able to be an impartial juror in the Donald Trump case?
I don't think so.
I don't think anybody can be impartial.
I couldn't be living out here. Listen,
They're trying to find, 18 people.
This is another victimless crime.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it matters, but it didn't hurt fucking anyone. They miscategorized it. They didn't even not pay tax on it. There's nothing there.
No.
This fucking Alvin Bragg thinks he's saving the world from a crime. I don't understand this. It's just so
keeping them. They're just tormenting them. That's all they're trying to do. Keep them
all
off
over the country, and they're all Democrats.
Yeah,
Why
but they
is
told
that?
him he has to be there every day, so they don't want him campaigning. This thing's going to go on for a month, and he'll be stuck there every day.
God
for a month.
Almighty, how can people just do that?
And how can other people see that and be happy with it? I mean, even if you hate the guy, that's just, it's a whole system that they're screwing with.
And I think that his attorneys will point that out very soon.
Oh, yeah.
That this was a revenge.
Hold on, guys. We were talking about solar earlier. Red Rocks Roof and Solar comes so highly recommended. The guy says, I want people who are going to be around and take care of this. Now, no one's perfect, but, man, Brooke and Red Rocks team are doing it as perfectly as you can. They do the sales, the service, the installation. She started the company because of all the problems in the industry. She sources all of her parts with great, and her components with great warranties in America, so you get an extra 10% tax credit. That's right, 40% tax credit. They also have financing available for the rest. They also have, by the way, grants that they can write to commercial systems where you can save a ton of money and get part of it paid for. That's redrocksrs.com. Now, Simply Floors Inc. That's a website, INC, simplyfloorsinc.com. But it's really 3 locations of a wonderful floor covering outfit with Buddy and Karen Mitchell at the helm. They are experts. They provide expert advice. They send people to your home for expert advice with what you're interested in, whether it be hardwoods, laminates, engineered floors like veneers, whatever you want, luxury vinyl planking. They have it all at great prices. And they urge you to make an appointment or just drop by and find out more at simplyfloorsinc.com.
So why couldn't you be impartial?
Because I believe it's bullshit.
This
I couldn't be impartial because I think it's bullshit. I would skew toward letting him. They're.
He settled the lawsuit. Basically, is all he did. You know, so
I know he did.
You know,
and it was confidential, and he mischaracterized it.
Yeah.
But if he, look, what did he do to who?
Yeah. Yeah, and who got hurt by it? Yeah.
I mean, I truly don't know how that fucking guy stands up under all this pressure.
That's a lot. Yeah, I couldn't. I don't think I could.
Do people know that people are just coming after him? They think he's the most evil person in the fucking world, and that's why they're coming after him.
Trump?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's, like I said, I wouldn't want to be friends with him necessarily, but the more they come after him, the more I'm thinking he's got something there about just, he's not part of them.
Yeah. That's what he scares them.
The living shit out of him.
Yes.
He
Not
actually
more than
scares.
Biden does.
He actually scares his own party.
Yeah.
You know what scares the shit out of me? The fact that if Biden dies, Kamala will take over as president.
Yep.
She is the most unqualified, idiotic.
She's no more unqualified than he is.
What?
She's no more unqualified than he is.
And it still fucking works.
Yeah, see, we got teeth up there because it's Tater and he's got little
There's no
eyeballs.
fucking headlight.
It's hanging out.
I just sold my '89 F-250.
You do that on purpose?
We did that for an ugly truck contest.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just sold my
I was looking for
'89.
you gotta win every time.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's old.
I sold my '89 F-250 just last year because people kept trying. It's too easy to steal.
You know.
But it, 370,000 miles.
I went to a motorcycle show where they actually had a guy that it was the basket case award or ugly bike award.
Yeah.
But they told me, make no mistake, that guy, everything is done on I mean, it runs. It really is in perfect shape inside, but it looks like a piece of shit. Have you ever seen people that do that?
Oh, that's
on
a
purpose?
skill. Yeah.
Is that the same like with yours, or do you?
Yeah, it looks it's just rough and beat up. But engine wise, we went through it about 2 years ago.
It's tight.
Yeah, it's great.
Come on.
Come on down. I'll put you in and drive it. Yeah, it's great.
Is it 4-speed or what?
Yeah, but one you never use. You always start out in 2. One's a grinding gear. It's a farm truck.
Yeah.
2, 3, and 4. That's it.
On the floor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no
Coming
power
on the
wagon.
floor.
It was that way out of
It's
the
so
ranch.
old.
And the clutch, did you have to redo that?
Yeah, we went through the whole thing. We did it 2 years ago. We took the engine out, went through the engine.
Did you rebuild the
put new
engine?
clutch in there.
Did you find a new clutch, or did you have to get it
So-
relined?
No, but the shoes we have to have relined
Yeah,
every dang time. They can't.
Wait, you rebuilt the engine then?
Yeah, we rebuilt
Where'd
the
you
engine.
get all the parts?
My dad. Okay, so
You didn't machine them yourself.
no. My grandpa worked for International Harvester for years, so we still have connections back in North Dakota and Minnesota.
They still make parts?
They still have parts sitting around. Still, yeah.
God.
And then there's an international junkyard up here, outside of. Why can't I think of what's the mountain town up here Coffee or.
And they have a
There's
junkyard
there's
for
an international, all international.
Oh, it's on the other side of St. Mary's.
Yeah,
Santa Maria's.
Conifer, right outside of Conifer.
Yeah.
My dad knows the guy really
Over
well.
by the
We're right
Shaggy
up here
Sheep.
all the time and get parts from him all the time.
There's nothing we're getting out of that place in 100 years. No, there's pine.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Craig, what's going on with your roofing company? What's happening, man? What's going on?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, what's happening?
Well, my folks, they've got this roofing company that come and they offered to fix the roof for them. And
Wait, so it was a knock on the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bad news. That's a bad start. Then what?
Yeah. And then they signed a contract with them, but they don't have a copy of the contract.
God.
And they did order all the roofing materials and send them to them.
Well, is this for storm damage or is this a voluntary replacement?
It's a storm damage.
Okay. And when did they sign the contract?
It's been back in August, I believe.
And have they done the work yet?
No, they've just brought the materials there.
Okay, so they do have materials. How much did your parents pay up front?
As far as I know, they haven't paid anything up front.
Good.
All they paid for is for the materials. The materials came.
They did pay for the materials, right?
Right.
Now, those materials sat out all winter?
No, they just got there in like February.
Okay, good news. This is all a good sign. So now what's happening?
So now we can't get a hold of them to come. They said they'd be here in April, or actually said they'd be in March, and they haven't showed up. And so we've been trying to get a hold of them.
Okay, so how much did they pay for materials?
$26,000.
Who did they pay?
They paid that company, the Evolve Construction.
Did Evolve pay the supplier?
I presume they did because Evolve came and they wanted $52,000 from them, and my mom said, "No, we're not going to pay you that much money. We'll pay you what the price is for the materials
Good.
we have on hand."
Smart people.
And the guy says, "Well, you got to pay me this much money," and she says, "No, I don't. All I'm going to pay you for is the materials right there." And
Smart people. Smart people.
From the what do you call it, shipping label. And so he calls his
Do you
boss,
know who
and
the
his
manufacturer? Do you know the supplier that supplied those to you guys?
I'd have to see if she has the copy of the receipt. I don't think she did. I think she might have gave it to them.
Okay. So now, you want us to call? I mean, look, I don't think these people would deliver materials if they weren't planning on doing the roof. I don't like the way they're doing business, but hey, do you have any reason to believe they won't do the roof?
I have no idea because I can't get a hold of anybody. I've been trying to call them for weeks, and they keep telling me somebody will call me back, and nobody will call me back.
I'll go give them a
call.
We're going to give them a call right now, okay? Deputy Doc is going to call them, so hold on. Let's just see what's going on, okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. At least they are smart enough not to get nabbed on, paying for stuff and not getting it at all. That's what I love. Now, one of the texts here say, Tom, I only use top-tier fuels. By the way, you can text the show 57739, put Tom somewhere in that subject or up front. It'll come to me. Only use top-tier fuels. Easy to verify which brands are certified top-tier. Car one's great. Another one says they won't trust cheap gas. Well, my God, I never knew anyone who actually shops for brands. Nowadays, with the way prices are, I don't know why anyone would shop a brand. Anyway, whatever a top-tier fuel, what does he mean? It's easy to find out which one is top tier?
That's the additive package they put in that fuel. It's Costco's top tier.
Do they literally call it top?
They call it top tier. Yes, it's a
Is
rating.
that like an advertising slogan or an official?
No, it's an official.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And so so somebody designates top tier?
You'll see a sticker on the pumps that say top tier fuel.
Probably a trade organization. It's not the government, is it?
No, it's not government, but it's. I think it's a branding. More like I said, an additive package that's in it for detergents and everything else.
And it's actually called top tier. Okay. Yep. So we're making a call to that roofer to find out what's going on there. Meanwhile, let's talk about, there was something, oh, yeah. So as far as the, let me just get to this. There's something that came up that I saw today, and I thought, this is really important. And that is e-cigarettes. They've done a study, causes as much or more cancer as regular cigarettes. Now, people always thought it must be the smoke and the tar and the nicotine, the vape. By the way, in fact, it's also tied to heart trouble. They say you increase your heart risk for a heart attack and or a cardiac event by 19%. Now, just so you know, this was done with a study just recently by the National Institute of Health with 175,600 people, and it was done over a period of 52 months. 52 months, so whatever, how many years? So 12. So, yeah, 4.5 years. And they had a marked increase in heart disease, heart failure, heart attack, solely on the fact that they had that they're vaping. 34% of vapors more likely to have a heart attack.
Wow.
25% coronary heart artery disease. 55% suffer from depression and anxiety. Now think about that. What is that all about?
That's a high number.
That's right.
Yeah.
And this is not a schlock study. So they're saying that the problem with the e-cigarettes to deliver the flavorings and nicotines, they have these chemicals that have to be made into an aerosol or into a steam or into a vapor, not a steam really. And while it doesn't contain smoke and tar, it contains worse stuff, because the stuff that they have to put in to atomize it or to vaporize it is way more dangerous. So I thought you'd like to know that. A lot of people think vaping is safer. It is absolutely not.
I don't know what the condition was, but Allison's stepfather was in the hospital for a broken leg here almost 2 years ago now, and there was a kid in there that he was a vapor.
Oh, really?
And he was 35 years old, and he had developed a lung condition that was killing him, directly related to the vaping.
Yeah, I don't know why people think that vaping's better than smoking. It's like there's no way, guys. Not good.
Tom, I didn't realize that top tier is standards set by manufacturers is how it's rated.
Trade.
Yeah.
Did you look that up?
Yeah, I didn't realize the exact.
What do you think is going to happen? Excel Roofing. Oh, my God, do I love talking about Jay's company, Excel. Now, Jay Brett started it many years ago. He has like 35 or 40,000 satisfied customers. And his son Henry's working with him now to take it over. Henry was born a week after my daughter, or a week after. It's really cool. I've watched his company grow, and he has a simple philosophy. You do it right, and you do it perfectly. Well, you try to be perfect. You never take a cent until people are content. Now, that right there does away with so many problems. And then, of course, Excel Roofing uses the best materials, great labor force, no money down ever. They're just a level above other roofers. That's all I can say. And I know them personally. I talk to the company, go to their parties. It's just not like any other company. And that's why people notice the difference. If you want a roofer who excels, you want excelroofing.com. And on their website, you can get a price immediately based on some AI technology there when you put in your address. 303-761-6400. You know, ZeroResDenver.com, that's the carpet cleaner I have come to my house because they really are they're the only ones, and I don't know why, to use this technology of water, super soft, alkaline-based, maybe electrically charged, whatever it is. They call it ZR water. It is unbelievable. It's the best cleaning agent in nature. I had some of this ZR water that we had blood stains, just little blood stain on a sheet for me from a cut I had. And Stephanie couldn't believe it. She sprays it on there. It melted away, literally wiped it right off. This stuff is incredible. They use less water. Your carpets dry faster, stay clean longer. And you'll see why I say it's the only one I'll have in my home when you call them to your home. Get Zero-Fied, 303-471-5150, 303-471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com.
What scanners do you guys use more? Snap-on or Autel or
Zeus?
Zeus?
I'm a Snap-on Zeus.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, we've got an Autel, which does some things that the Snap-on doesn't.
So this is us giving
But
a car
man,
away at this guy's
the Chinese may copy a lot of freaking stuff. But
Gave a car away.
And that's our truck. See the old pickup truck and the old car?
That's
So
not
it's
the
old,
International.
That is. That's the one I showed you that was all dirty.
So now you fixed it up.
Yeah, that's just without all the mud and dirt. But that's what it looks like. That's the old International. So
that's
beautiful.
beautiful.
Pickup truck.
That's beautiful. Is the interior redone?
No, no. It's
oh yeah.
It's an old. So the seats are old beat, but the roof is just metal. Some old Indian guy made a leather cutout and put it up there, and we just left it up there. My dad bought it from him 18 years ago. So from this old Indian guy. So the roof is just a piece of leather that's got the design on it that he did himself and put up there. So it's just an old beat up truck.
Well, Internationals are never much for.
But you repainted that son of a bitch. That's really pretty, right? Didn't you repaint it?
No, that's the original color. We painted the roof with spray paint.
Did you
That's
really?
the original paint.
Yeah.
Shaker cans?
It's beat. If you look close, you'll see. But we just took and taped
What
out
do
the
you mean
bottom
by
and sprayed
beat?
the roof white. But that's old beat up blue paint that came on it. It's original. You can. There's 2 dents on it that are pretty bad, but.
Gosh.
Tater. That's what we call them.
I spoke to Evolve.
Yeah.
What's that?
No, the place over in
Roofing company.
Yeah. It's called.
Is it iRods?
Good.
I thought it was rods, but
It might be Rods.
yeah,
I think it was iRods.
that's the.
But it's been for sale forever. And when we passed by there 2 weeks ago, I didn't see a bunch of cars out there no more.
Uh-oh.
Who's that?
The International Salvage Yard.
Oh, really?
This is my niece.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Deputy Doc, turn on your mic. Deputy Doc called the roofer, Evolve Roofing or Evolve Construction. They signed a contract in August, delivered materials in February, and now the guy can't get a hold of them to figure out when they're going to start. They paid only for the materials that have been delivered, and so that's good. The materials were delivered in February. What's going on, Doc?
Anyway, I spoke to someone at Evolve, and they took down all the information. Of course, they couldn't help. They said it's the wrong person, but that they will have somebody
reach out to them
as ASAP. So I told Craig to call me if they don't get back this afternoon or by Monday, and we'll really get on their case. But for the time being, since they did talk to me, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt and see if they do call back before we trash them.
Yeah. By the way, we only trash people who are totally unresponsive and people who just won't do the right thing.
Well, I
and
think
we
also,
always give people a chance.
Yeah, if they make promises that they don't keep,
Exactly.
let them know, let people know about it.
By the way, mortgage rates up again. So they're above 7%. That is unbelievable, right? So what's really strange, the Fed didn't do that, right? They didn't mark them up. They just
didn't
up.
mark up.
No,
Yeah.
the market did. And here's what's going on. Inflation is still out there. So this is one of the rare cases. In fact, there's three things happening. You have high interest, which should curb inflation. It's not. And it should also take the wind out of the sails of the stock market, which it is not.
A little bit this week.
Well, a little bit, but not what it should be doing.
Yep.
People should be flocking to debt securities with high interest like this or the safety of bonds, but they're not. They're still in the stock market. There's not a massive sell-off, not right yet. There's some, but the correction people were thinking is not coming. So you have all of these weird economic indicators that people don't know what to do about. High interest, high inflation, and a volatile stock market, mostly going up.
And does low unemployment factor into that, Tom? I'm not an economist.
No, but there are, and obviously to look at signs, you don't have to be one, but low unemployment is weird. Low unemployment happens both in recovery and it's going both ways. So it depends on what the trends are. If it's trending up, then 3 or 4% is not good. If it's trending down, 3 or 4%, it depends. It just really depends. It's good if you start coming down and get to that. But here's the thing. The real unemployment rate, 4% is considered fully employed, about 4% or better. What is it right now? I didn't even look today.
I think it's between 3 and 4%, Tom.
Which is, so it doesn't do much better than that. But the economy doesn't seem to reflect that as far as, okay, the inflation and all the other stuff. But here's what's weird. Usually with inflation, you have people buying like crazy, right? That's why we have inflation. Businesses have said to me that business is slowing slightly, just slightly. And I don't know how accurate that is, if I'm getting an accurate appraisal of that. But you guys aren't slowing because everyone needs cars, right? I don't think you guys are a good indicator, are you?
Well, no, but March wasn't very good, and April is just putts. It's nothing great right now.
So what I'm asking is...
It is slowing down.
It is slowing?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you notice it, Jeff, on rebuilds and stuff?
Oh, definitely. I mean, our phones will quiet down a little bit. We've got enough backed up.
So I don't know what's going on. But in the polls, people are swinging back to Biden. I mean, he was down by as much as 10 points at one time, and now they're dead even. So what the hell? I mean, I can't make hide or hair of it, but it's really interesting. This is going to be one hell of a year.
Mm-hmm.
One hell of a year. Jack, what's going on, Jack?
Oh, hey, I've told the lady, but I have a situation where I'm 86. I was conned into signing a contract.
Uh-oh. Hey, Jack, hold on. He's 86. Jack, we want to help you. Please hold on, all right? Just hang on. I'm Tom Martino. We'll come right back to you, Jack. More on that coming up. 303-713-TALK.
It's going to be 3 against 1. The Republicans are going to do inflation, immigration, and crime. The Democrats are going to do abortion. And that's going to be the debate.
That's why I think Trump's getting out in front of it by saying
the Democrats have nothing else that they can point to that's going to get a mass response. Right?
You think he'll have a debate with Trump?
Excuse me?
Think he will debate Trump?
He may have to.
Well, he might have to. But I don't think he wants to.
I mean, I think it's going to be a disaster, but the Republicans are just going to.
Well, they got to coach. Yeah, but they got to coach Trump. If he's gonna, they got to coach him better if he's going to debate Biden. He can't humiliate him.
Right.
He's got to let him humiliate himself.
Okay.
I showed you this picture of my niece. You know why she's happy? Her husband sold his company. 3 of them owned the company for $40 million. That's why she's smiling like that. It was some educational software that a whole bunch of schools were using. I mean, thousands of schools, and some company bought them out for $40 million. And he was
because we haven't given him a true answer.
That started the company.
So it'd be one thing if we gave an answer and he declined.
So that's why she's
if we haven't provided an answer for him, I don't like doing that. So just tell him. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, God, this fucking guy. And right in the election,
okay.
You know what? If he wasn't running, do you think they'd
No, no reason to. Absolutely not.
Do people see through it? I don't think they do.
I don't think they want to see. They really believe,
that they're helping America.
Yep. He's a criminal. Yeah, what's the view? The view tells them everything they need to know when they're not on TikTok.
Yeah, we can do that. But, that's 100%. As long as we're giving him an answer before he walks out the door. Right? Right.
I don't ever been on TikTok, or maybe by mistake I was on there, but I've been known to go on YouTube and look things up. There'll be some pretty interesting.
We have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
YouTube, I do. We did. Probably 4 years ago, we started a YouTube channel with the business, and we ran a bunch of videos.
Sure.
So we've archived them, but it's just not like it used to be. So we actually just talked about redoing some of those and kind of putting them out on Facebook and
put your name in
type thing. So
and then the the category underneath that.
There's some weird.
Open that up. Just push D and go straight to diagram.
On there for easier ways to R&R something.
And in the longer skinny window
YouTube
there,
can be
push
helpful
on that
at
again,
times.
and there'll be a thing for diagnosis.
So we wanted to, like I said back then, it was really getting big. So we got on there and made a bunch of videos, but they're still there. Whatever.
Yep.
Nothing with TikTok. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I have a Facebook page because you can't have
So
a
you
business
can do that
page
with
without
any
a personal page.
You don't have to use
I don't
the
run
stuff
the
that's
business
already
page.
kind of programmed into
I got one too. Somebody does that.
You can do it, export RR or whatever.
I go on there every once in a while on
Facebook, but then you can put in anything you want inside that
Yeah.
window. You can put in, screwed his cat, killed his mom.
I
It'll come up on the
see
ticket.
people like even the family, right? They just the kids, everyone gets on them things and they just scroll for it. It's like if you guys put those phones down for 1 hour, you could totally clean your room.
Well, the worst part about it is, because her grandkids, they'll ask a question and then, if I don't know, I'm curious enough, I'll look it up.
He never says anything. He just walks up.
The dumbest generation with the most incredible information available. I sound like my old man when I say it, but when I was young, but you had to read a book to look it up. I didn't have anywhere to Google or,
Same with outside. We were outside. I remember fighting with my dad to come inside. We were outside. I can't get the kids to put everything down and go outside.
Sure, no.
Go fish, go play,
Yeah.
go.
We had rules, and lunch
Yeah.
was debatable.
Yeah.
But you had to be home for dinner.
Yeah, I remember.
Mom,
We get a list of chores. These had to be done, so we'd get up first thing and do those, so we didn't have to come back.
But I had
All
5
right.
brothers, so my mom would open the door, and Saturday is like.
Well, I'll touch base when we're off air just to make sure in case there's any fires. Right?
But we would.
That's why I put away the matches.
Fishing, we'd be getting in trouble. But the neighborhood watched you.
Yeah, it
was a little different. You got home. By the time you got home, the whole network, your mom knew exactly what you did.
Well, my oldest step kid, he's getting ready to go to college. They are off this week because they're seniors, so they're not going to school most week. The 4 kids went out fishing finally. Oh, good. And they got tickets.
Tickets
they
for
wouldn't
no
listen.
license?
No, yeah. Like we told you guys to go get your damn license. 3 of them got tickets. 1 of them got his license.
I told you. It's like, if I would have stayed home, I would have been fine.
I can't deal with those jalapenos.
Oh my God.
When you put cheese on your Italian stuff, what kind of cheese do you use?
Like when you say on it, like after it's cooked or while I'm cooked? Okay.
Both. So I use the same for both.
Well, what do you mean? Like
we grew up using Pecorino Romano.
I use Parmesan.
It's made with sheep's milk as opposed to cow's milk. It has such a nice flavor to it.
I never tried it. This woman's another fucking joke. Up there.
What?
Her.
Oh, yeah.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. As we do every Friday, we have Car Day. We'll talk about cars, problems, questions, complaints. And we'll talk about anything you want. If you call us at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. If someone lied to you, cheated you, ripped you off, or you just need information, that's what this show does each and every day. Well, I should say weekdays. Recovering millions of dollars for people with cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Are people braver on social media behind a keyboard?
There's no doubt that anonymity makes people much more brave.
I believe that people have become so belligerent. If you look on social media, no matter what it is, the newer ones like Nextdoor, or you look on maybe not Snapchat, but you look on Instagram, you look on Twitter, you look on any kind of social media, just name it. Facebook, as I said, where there's a forum, here's what happens. Here's what happens with every forum. Either it starts out nasty or it starts out nice and goes nasty. There is not one post, not one, and I mean not one, that does not turn nasty. Not one. And I wonder, do people like that? Have you ever seen a post where somebody will just say, oh, what a beautiful sunset? And then you'll have someone say, enjoy it while you can. Climate change's coming. You know, I mean, it'll destroy all our sunsets. Thanks to those GD whatevers. No, I'm serious. Or maybe I'm exaggerating just a little, but no matter what is posted, someone will find something negative about it, and then the entire thread goes negative. And personal attacks. Like, can you imagine, before social media, people probably still thought the same. They did. Everyone thought the same, but they never verbalized it. So you didn't know what people were thinking. And you mistakenly liked a lot of people because you didn't know what was in their minds. And so you still don't know when you see them because most of them are cowards. Most everyone online is a coward. Most everyone. I mean, absolutely everyone, because they can say anything they want, anytime they want, without giving their real name. Or they give their first name and an initial, like with Nextdoor. But what I'm saying is that they're all cowards because they take pot shots instead of putting themselves out there. Like, this is my name. This is what I believe. And better yet, who cares what you believe, right? But if you're having a discussion online about nothing to do with anything, it all comes down to being nasty. Sometimes it's nasty for the sake of being nasty or the sake of politics. Politics is a really big one. Religion is another big one. But if you want to, I've come up with a formula here. If you want to just have a blame for everything, it's going to be one of these things. Trump, or it's going to be Biden, or it's going to be climate change, or it's, let's see.
COVID.
Well, yeah, COVID is another one. Yeah. But climate change, Trump, and Biden. But there was one other one, like on what you can blame everything on. Just it will be, it'll be one of those things. And it's amazing to me how we have all gotten so nasty. It just is. Now, on this show, we try to help people. We get nasty against people who rip people off. But I don't know if you noticed this or not. Seriously, we don't treat people differently based on their beliefs and their politics. I don't care what their politics are. When someone calls me with a roof problem, or somebody calls me about getting ripped off with an investment, or getting ripped off here, or getting ripped off there, we have never asked what party affiliation or what do you believe? Are you conservative? Are you liberal? We don't try to make people. I hope you realize that when we do observe certain political things that seem ridiculous, we observe it. I don't care what you are. You deserve the same help as anyone. I think that's one place we can all agree. I really do believe that. I don't think there's one person listening to this show on a daily basis that believes the information I'm giving out shouldn't be given out. No one wants to be ripped off by paying money up front and never seeing the person again. No one. Who's going to say, oh, yeah, I'm in favor of that, Tom? I totally disagree with you. No one. Who's going to say, yeah, I believe we should order something and never get it? Or I believe we should be overcharged? Or I believe that, no one ever can be against what we do, ever. Can you? You might not like the way I do it, but I don't give a damn. We get results. I mean, you don't do it for 45 years on the air and not get results. You just don't do it. You can't BS that long. Nothing ever will last that long from BS. So anyway, what I invite you to do is call us if you have a problem, question, or complaint. We've been talking about cars today as well. And again, the number one car problem, if you didn't hear at the beginning of the show, the number one car problem right now, delay in repairs, whether it's body work, whether it's transmission work, whether it's engine work. I don't, maybe not oil changes. But I swear to you, the delay in service, it's gotten to be where you can't get anything done in less than 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know why. Now, here's what I wonder. I wonder why, and I did this with a body shop. I said to them, you know what? I'm not driving here and letting my car sit for 2 months. Tell me what parts I need, at least the obvious ones, and I'll pay for them right now. Order them. Order them right now. I don't want the car sitting there while you wait for parts. And that's what they do. Order them. And I don't know, guys, are you starting to do that? Like if somebody needs something with a transmission, Jeff, or somebody needs something with an engine, Kevin, or something else, or Jesse, somebody needs something. By the way, we have Honest Accurate Auto from Colorado Springs transmission. We have Kimmer Transmission from Denver and Sheridan Auto Tech. So have you ever said, come back when I get the parts? Have you ever done that?
Absolutely.
All right, because you don't want to have the car sitting there.
Right.
Now, if you got to remove something, that's different. Remove and replace.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even then, though, if you can have the replacement engine or tranny there before you remove it.
Well, building in-house, we have to strip it down. And
Well,
know
no,
what...
building, that's different. When you rebuild, that's totally different, right? But don't you want to make sure you have the parts to rebuild?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's what I'm talking about.
We have gotten to the point where we start making phone calls and make sure some of the more crucial items we know that we're going to need are available.
But this body shop, actually, it was foreign to them. What? You want me to, what? I said, order the parts.
No, we even have 1 or 2 loaner cars, emergency situation, you can't be without your car. We work it out. We find a way.
But man, this new thing about, staying in a shop for 3 months, what, are you kidding me? Frank, what's going on with you, Frank?
Good afternoon, sir. I've got a 2010 Ford Taurus with 42,000 miles on it. The car runs great. I love it. I've got a problem with the defogger on it. Air conditioning works fine. Heater works fine. Blows through all the vents. It just will not clear the defog.
When you say not clear it, it's coming out of the defroster?
So I get warm air coming out. No, there's no fog coming out of it. It's just that when the fog builds up on the inside windows, front, sides, rear, it just will not clear it.
So your defroster or your defrost mode will not take any of those off.
And you're sure
right,
that
even though warm air comes out and all the vents are
you're feeling the air coming out, it's just not doing it.
It's not doing the job. That's right.
So
is this all the time or only when it's major?
Well, it seems like it's all the time. And now I live up in Summit County, and I keep the car garaged. And I'm just wondering if it's temperature differential of coming out of a reasonably warm garage.
Well, does it happen the entire time? Does it ever clear up?
It will get a small spot right at the vent.
Yeah, I know. I know what he means. That's just the airflow. Jesse, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just wondering if airflow, number one, are we sure the vent's closing and letting it go up the defrost tube? And then, of course, 2, if it's
not coming out enough, maybe.
Yeah.
I can feel it coming out of the vents, though.
Yeah, but is it coming out strong?
Have you changed the cabin filter in this one? I don't know if the 2010 Ford has it, but that can cause it.
It does, and I've changed it twice.
And do you hit the AC when you turn on the defroster? Do you hit the AC button to pull moisture out?
I've even tried that. I've tried doing AC on the defrost mode as well to see if that would do it. And any of those different indicators on the control panel I've tried, and it just it's frustrating. It's anything I've tried. Now, I kind of agree with you. It may be that maybe even though I'm getting air out of the vents, maybe there's a gate valve that's not fully allowing all of the volume of air to come through, perhaps.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that model is vacuum operated, if mine serves me right. And sometimes those vacuum hoses can have a small leak, so it is changing but not pulling it all the way closed. Just an idea. I'm not sure that's what it is. Just throwing that out.
Do you smell anything sweet in the car?
To me, it sounds. Well,
do you smell anything sweet?
Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. It had a pinhole leak in a heater core or something that's introducing moisture.
So, is it possible that the airflow is just insufficient?
Yes.
100%.
So, how would he know if his blower motor is operating at peak efficiency? How would you know?
I would just put a piece of paper there. Is it flapping really, really hard, or is it just barely moving?
It sounds to me when he said there's just this little circle that you're not getting airflow. Because if it's doing it in that one circle, it'll do it all over. There's nothing magic about that circle.
And heater core pinhole can be there, but usually that's going to leave a little.
Jay, you have a
debris
comment.
behind.
I'm going to bring up Jay as well. Jay, go ahead. What is your comment? You're on with Frank and us. Go ahead.
Yeah, that actually is a really classic symptom of a heater core gone bad. It'll blow hard enough and hot enough in one little spot that it'll kind of clear it, but as it gets a little bit cooler outside that spot, it'll condense right to the window. It's super classic. He needs a heater core, undoubtedly. Absolutely, undoubtedly.
And is that because it's leaking, you think?
Yeah, they're just a little tiny radiator.
Now, would your regular heat reflect a bad heater core?
It eventually actually might get bad enough where you run in your heat and it'll start building up in the cabin and it'll start condensing, but you're really going to notice it when you try to defrost because it won't. It simply will not do it.
I get plenty of good heat, though.
No, but he was saying
it won't change whether it heats or not. It'll just whether or not it dries the air. It won't dry the air. The air is going to come out.
So that's what a defrost is doing, drying as well as
because it uses the air conditioning.
It's not just heat.
Yeah.
So okay, thanks, man. I appreciate it. So when you turn on a defroster, does it automatically pull from the air conditioner?
Yes.
It
a lot
does.
of cars it does, and then you get the dehumidifier effect from the air conditioning.
I often wondered why I switched on my AC.
Yeah. Nowadays, it automatically does it with newer cars.
303-713-talk. Frank, I don't know what to tell you other than they're thinking it's your heater core. But where are you located? Drive by one of our experts, man. They'll look at that stuff for you. 303-713-talk, 713-8255. Premier Window Cleaning Services and Pressure Washing. As I said, these young men started this business out of high school. They do commercial and residential window cleaning, pressure washing, storefronts, restaurant windows, commercial. Of course, they will do your residence as well, and they do a great job. So give them a call, 303-564-5574, especially with spring coming, 564-5574. WeCleanWindows.co.
Steve Powers.
So they'll put peppers on pizza, but not cheeseburger, really?
Yep.
Man, I tell you.
Well, Anthony's Italian. They got a little standard.
There you go.
But you're in Colorado, so you do have to.
Hey, you know, a lot of people are doing semaglutide. That's the ingredient in Wegovy and Ozempic and those others to lose weight. Then there's another one called tirzepatide. But these drugs are hard to get, the brand names. In fact, you can't get them. And if you do, they're $1,400, $1,500 a month. You know what? DenverRegen.com, Denver Regen Clinic. They're offering this compounded form of semaglutide starting at just $250 a month. It's a little more for tirzepatide, which is more powerful for weight loss or for diabetics. They have it available with doctors and with all your consultations, DenverRegen.com. Now, speaking of Red Rocks Roof and Solar, RedRocksRS.com. Red Rocks does it all from sales, installation, service, grant writing for commercial projects to get them damn near 100% paid for, sometimes even more than that, and to help you net money by selling back to the grid. They also do residential systems as well with battery backups. Check them out, Red Rocks RS. That stands for Roof and Solar, RedRocksRS.com.
You really have to battle that, keeping cars for a long time over there, tearing down transmissions.
Mm-hmm.
What's the standard? What's a normal car?
Right
2
now, I'm
weeks with
telling
you?
everybody till 5 to 10 business days. If we can get it done faster, we will. But then there's exceptions to the rule. We've had some part. We've got the fourth clutch piston for the 68 RFEs right now.
Oh.
There's a vendor change on them. No release date.
No
Oh
release
my
date.
goodness.
Yeah, there's nothing in town with that tranny in it either.
I just ordered a Dodge heater cord. They told me 45 days minimum. What do you do? So I just, gave it back to her and told her to drive it. I'll call you when the part comes up.
Unfortunately for most of my customers, they can't drive
I was
it.
going to say, in your case, you're stuck.
Yeah, they can't drive it.
You have first and second, so stay in town. I don't know. I mean,
Don't go any farther than the neighbor's house, is all I got to say.
Well, first ain't working, so don't go more than next door. Take the kids to school. I don't know.
That's the hard part. You know, you work your ass off, sell, and then you can't fix stuff. Then you gotta wait. Then it all shows up at once.
Mm-hmm.
You know, stuff like it's just endless nonsense.
Yeah, there's not an easy.
We were talking about the Jeep. You get the job sold, you get it tore down, the parts show up, and it's only one cam missing. But
what am I supposed to do here? Right?
Yeah.
It's like, now I got to call them back. And
I got $800 worth of parts, and I still can't work on the car.
I'm so frustrated.
You tell me when I ordered the shit that you were going to send everything minus one cam.
Right.
You got the guy tearing it down, thinking you're going to get a hold of this job, move it in, move it out.
One cam's at the desk. It's like, till we call and they're like, oh yeah, they're on that national back order. Couldn't tell me that before you sent the other parts, you jackass. Yeah.
Well, we knew you wouldn't buy it if we didn't, you know.
Yeah, well now I'm sending it all back. So.
I completely gave up telling about cams for those.
Yeah, we're doing heads too now. Like I said, that engine one, and I don't know what that guy's doing if he's fighting with that company, but he bought this engine, remanufactured, puts it in this Jeep, never runs right, can't figure it out, so he has us tear it down. Well, he did it himself, so I'm like, I don't know if they're going to warranty or not. I have no idea. So anyways, we get him to realize it needs the heads. We pull the heads off. Both back heads are completely beat. When you flip them over, the inside is trash. Like a spark plug came apart, tore it up. They revalved them, seated it, and laid it on top of this engine and shipped it to this guy.
Are you serious?
So, yeah, we gave him the heads and told him, look, you either pay for the cost of the cores and take this back and fight with them, take pictures, whatever you want to do. He paid for them and took them. And, they're not cheap, $150 a head. So he paid for that because he wants to fight with his company. But it is horrible. I couldn't believe somebody would do that. I thought, man, I hope that wasn't Jasper. Although I could see them doing that. But it wasn't. It was somebody I never heard of before. But, God, it was.
Where's Jasper headquartered?
Indiana.
Are they the number one around?
I don't know if they are anymore.
Yeah, LKQ does a lot.
Mm-hmm. They got big by buying everybody up around them.
Yep.
LKQ?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So with mortgage rates at 7%, I'm wondering what effect that's having on real estate. Now, Frank Duran says, I checked with him, and he said they're still selling, and they're even getting multiple offers. And that, to me, is amazing. Now, 7%, you don't understand, 7% compared to what they used to be, it's aced out a ton of buyers. A ton of them are now out of the market that at one time were considering homes. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Guys, the gap, the quality gap between foreign and domestic, somebody texted, wants to know, what are you seeing truly on the service end as far as the quality gap? It used to be, for a while, Americans took a hit. Don't buy this, don't buy that. Buy your stuff, buy your foreign stuff, more dependable, lasts longer, blah, blah, blah.
They're still lagging, American cars.
They really? Wait, really?
Well, just we were just talking about a chronic problem in a Jeep that Jeep just won't fix. Camshafts in the Jeeps are terrible in the 3.6 Jeep. Almost every single one on the road is going to need camshafts at 80,000 miles.
I think the other thing that we see is, for a long time, they weren't doing maintenances on American vehicles like they were on your foreigns, right? Every 30, you do your transmission fluid. American car would say, why do your transmission fluid? It's important that you change those fluids.
That's true, too. Yeah.
So we've got to get everybody to understand that maintenance is so important on vehicles. You want to maintain them, you've got to do maintenance on them.
Let's take a pickup truck. Okay? A Chevy pickup truck, a Ford pickup truck. Let's take some foreign pickup trucks. What really do you have? The Toyota is the big one.
Mm-hmm.
What else? What other really
Nissan
big?
Nissan Titan. You got the Toyota Tundra.
Okay, so those two. How, of those four trucks, do the Nissan and the Tundra and the Toyota put to shame with the longevity and the durability and the engine? Does it put to shame the American?
I wouldn't say it puts them to shame, and they have their upsides and downsides. I mean, the fact that the big three, sell more here in the States dictates we're going to see them in a shop a lot more often than we're going to see the Tundra or the Titan. They all have their upsides and downsides. Look at the Tundra compared to the Chevy. Mm-hmm. You're going to get better fuel economy. The Tundra's a good heavy truck. It definitely four wheels well, but they're pretty equal in all.
So are you saying they're not that much better than the American trucks?
Not in my opinion, no.
So
I think the trucks are closer, yeah.
Okay, what about the gaps in SUVs? Is that where the gaps are?
That's where
SUVs and cars, for sure.
For sure.
Okay, and we talked about this. What are the most convenient cars to own ever, where you don't have to wait for parts, easy to service, relatively not low cost, but it's not going to knock your head off. Remember I said vehicles that you would put in that category? All around vehicles. Anything come to mind where you're not waiting for,
Well, it's the same list. I mean, almost every time we do, Toyota's tops all of them.
Really?
Absolutely.
So with a Toyota, you'll have more convenience, more parts availability,
Mm-hmm.
less wait times.
Yep.
As long as you don't need a transmission, because I tell you what, Toyota Lexus is probably the worst that we have to deal with right now. Transmission parts,
but everything else.
complete transmissions, what they're dealing with and what I'm dealing with, two different worlds.
Yep,
that's true.
Okay, but as far as regular service, the Toyota and the support, the parts availability, way better. What's the worst?
Chrysler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Really?
Chrysler Jeep, yeah.
Yeah.
Hard for parts.
Back order.
Back order.
Discontinued. They'll discontinue with 10 years on almost everything.
And then when you get a problem, it's not just one, it's the whole line of them. Like any car that's got that part in that engine, they're all going to go bad.
Yep.
Heater core, well, all their trucks have heater core problems, right? It's just all the Jeeps have heater core problems.
All right. And then the vehicles where the same recurring problems have been going on so long, you scratch your head as to why manufacturers, these are weird categories, but as to why manufacturers never corrected it.
Or took as long as they did.
What do you think?
Subaru's never going to correct their head gasket. That's just
never.
That's just
so
Subaru.
Subarus have a head gasket problem.
Always will.
Mm-hmm.
And they just, what is wrong with it? Do they warp the heads, or do the gaskets just blow?
The heads don't really warp them. It's the gasket.
It's the gasket sitting in oil sideways the whole time. Nobody's figured it out, or they would have fixed it.
So what does that mean? When you have a Subaru, you're going to have to replace a head gasket?
Correct.
100,000 mile service is what we call it.
Well, that's okay. That's not terrible if it goes that long. But is the engine otherwise pretty bulletproof?
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you don't let the head gasket be a problem. Yeah.
Because they do eat some oil.
Mm-hmm.
Subaru says that every 1,000 miles you can go through a quart of oil. No problem. That's normal. But they only hold 4.5.
And when it comes to Japanese cars, are the engines made by each of them? Toyota makes their own?
Yes.
Nissan makes their own?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Everyone makes their own?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And then what about then rebuild and replacements for those? Readily available in America. You don't have to go to the factory.
Yeah, the only time we've ever had a problem with getting a rebuilt locally is a BMW we had to get from Germany. But outside of that,
yeah, most of the, doesn't matter whether it's a Toyota or Ford, they rebuild them here in the States.
And so what would be the most expensive cars to maintain in general? We'll talk about that coming up. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A lot of these questions have been texted to me. If you want to text 57739, put Tom in the promo, or not in the promo, put Tom in the text somewhere, and we'll get to you on that, okay? Somebody has this one here, a Lexus GX 460, 170,000 miles, runs like brand new. All you ever have to do is change fluids now and then. So what do you think about that? He said, I'll never buy American again. The GS 460, that's the Lexus. Those are really rock solid, aren't they?
They're a pretty tough unit. It's a larger SUV.
And the Lexus is Toyota, right?
Yep.
So, and then Acura would be part of
Honda.
Are the Acuras just as good?
No, I would not say so. I would say that Toyota Lexus definitely has Honda Acura beat.
All right, more coming up.
Ask you about the Honda Acura transmissions, if they've gotten any better, because 99 through about 04, they had some massive problems.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely better than that. But they're another one we're having, I mean, especially those 99 through 04s. Yeah, I got a 99, an 04 Accord. It's got a bad transmission, and it's going to stay that way because I can't get nothing for it.
No. Horrible.
The parts have been depleted, and nobody's making them no more.
Yeah.
Don't tell me that, because that's what I drive is old cars, man. 2003 MDX.
There's some stuff that we just flat out had to start saying.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a problem, an old 904, Chrysler 904. It took us 2 months to find the right pump for it. It was like, yeah. Thank God there was a carrying unit. They didn't have the car to with it. You know? So, hey, I got a 904. Keep it. I don't want it.
No, we've gotten to that point, though. A certain age, I just can't keep it.
Yeah, we tell them the same thing. There's going to be there's just a different charge. It's harder to get parts.
Yeah.
Genesis Total Exteriors will do anything on the outside of your house. The painting, the gutters, soffits, fascia, siding, stucco, windows, doors, roofing. And they do it all in one company, one point of contact. So that's good if you have storm damage. You're dealing with your insurance company. All you have to do is get the Genesis Total Exteriors involved, and you have ease of operation with one company, one source, and they're credible and good. They also do regular home improvements if you just want to upgrade. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. When it comes to countertops, you know how I feel. The Art of Granite has such a simple way of doing business. So simple, they quote on the phone. And I'll tell you why they quote on the phone. Because they fabricate and install. That's it. They tear on haul away free. Wholesale on all the countertop materials. And they have any material you want at wholesale. So if you want to call them, you get your choice of incentives, free backsplash, free edge treatment. You can even get a free sink or get the bathroom vanity when you have the kitchen done. Your choice. Call them and get your price right now. TheArtofGranite.com. 303-386-5919.
I had to deal with one of my service writers on older cars. I love it. I said, great, you fix them. I mean, he was buying parts on eBay in different places for him.
Can't warranty that.
Dude, I can't warranty that. You know, I got to wait a week for the part, pay in advance, if it shows up, and then I get it, and the customer's expecting me to warranty that part. I cannot.
Same thing.
It's no different. Yeah, it's a big difference.
Big difference.
At least for when we do have to get stuff on eBay, because sometimes you just
Sometimes you do, yeah.
And I'd like to have a freaking tax exempt freaking status on there.
Yeah. Well, Amazon does that now, I know, but you know, Rock Auto you can finally buy from in Colorado because they got some good stuff for older cars.
I can't. Still in my area.
Serious? We can in Denver.
Our zip code, I can buy it from one of my employees' houses who Auctions out in Black Forest, but if you're in Colorado Springs and your zip code's Colorado Springs, you can't buy shit. Horrible.
Yeah, no, I don't know why his service, she and I parted ways because we just kept locking horns and stuff. But yeah,
Well,
it's like, so I buy this thing for $200 on
how many of
eBay.
your technicians know carburetors?
None.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just not.
Yeah. No, if we get one, I got to do it. Yeah.
10 years ago, whole different conversation. But now they call me and you got a 67 Barracuda. I got one guy that can do that. So what do you want me to do? I can only find parts
Well, you know,
in so many places.
The price of a kit.
A carburetor kit, yeah.
I mean, it's
rebuild
like
kit.
$10 it used to be. Now it's like $85 for a carburetor kit.
Oh, how many seals do I get in there? Like, come
Almost
on, man.
none. Yeah. The bare
The last
minimum.
one I got had seals, none of the springs, diaphragms. I'm like, this is not a rebuild
Where's the rest
kit.
of it?
This
Yeah.
is just a reseal kit. Where's the rest of my kit?
Yeah.
That's what we offered for $110.
No, that's what I was shocked at, man. I ordered a float and a kit, and $147. Like, what? That was for a quadrojet.
Does it come with the rest of the carburetor?
No kidding.
I used to be able to do a carburetor for that price.
Oh, man. But I cut my teeth on those. I don't mind them. You know, I was doing 4 or 5 a day, you know, at one time. And everybody, you're crazy.
We just have to make sure the customer understands, and that's what I tell them up front. Anything old like that, they usually get me first, and then I'll get on the phone. But look, this is not a typical Sunday, you know, every Monday through Friday car. This is a Sunday driver. I'll be lucky to get parts. You've got to give me a couple weeks on this thing.
Well, that and the carburetor is not going to run the same forever. And if you adjust it once, we're done. And I put yellow paint all over every little adjustment. You know, this one guy kept complaining because every time I start the damn thing, since you rebuilt it, it goes up on this high idle. It's supposed to go on high idle. You know, the choke warms up. You touch the pedal, and it drops down. Well, it's a 100-degree day. It shouldn't go up on high idle.
Yes, it should.
It's that the car's cold. 100's cold for the car. And he and I, you know, he kept changing stuff.
Yesterday, I brought my car into his shop.
Yeah.
The only thing he told me was to get duct tape that matches the color.
Yeah. It's like, come on, Doc,
Something
you know.
very great.
It makes so many different.
Did you at least listen to him?
No, he's still got that gray tape on the back. Holds the bumper on.
I'm getting a new car and I'm giving this to my son.
It does. That's what's holding the car together.
I need to get a car for a family. I need to get a piece of shit car.
I keep looking around. No, they're hard.
They're hard.
They're hard to find. The shit cars.
It's for a good family. He's working his ass off.
I just happened to pick up a CRV relatively cheap.
Seriously, look on Facebook Marketplace. You know, there's a lot of cheap cars, and you have him examine it, but there's a lot of inexpensive cars.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Mark's got a comment on cars. We've been talking about maintenance and repairs and convenience and orders and parts availability. Go ahead, sir.
Well, gentlemen, your comments are interesting. I'm going to make quick comments on 4 cars. I own 2 Tahoes. In 2003, I put 19 grand into. They say, why would you do that? Well, I bought it new, and I bought a whole new factory GM drivetrain, not remanufactured, new, because I like the car.
Huh.
I have an 18. I like it. It's got barn door, sunroof. I bought it brand new. It's my hunting truck. So I look at it this way. These new vehicles are getting too complicated, too complex. My rear heater went on a defrost. I went to the junkyard and got the parts for $7. Boom, fixed, done.
You know, there's something to be said about that. In fact, I've often thought, when will a manufacturer ever meet the need for those who want basic and simple? Like not all models, but one. And I really mean basic and simple, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Toyota's in the middle of bringing out a truck that's very basic and simple.
Really?
Two-wheel drive, crank windows, entry-level price of $30,000.
Now, that's incredible. That'll kill the marketplace.
Yeah, that's...
I mean,
if
it'll
it
be
is
great.
what they say it is when they release it, it's
Mark,
gonna
what
do
else?
well.
Did you say how many Tahoes?
I got an 18 Tahoe, which is okay, but that's the end of the line for me. It's the last of the solid axle. I don't like the new suspension in the Tahoes.
My best all-around vehicle I ever owned was a Avalanche. I absolutely, positively loved the Avalanche. I can't. Why why, when you have a winning vehicle, do you stop making it? Why do they do that? Can someone tell me why they stopped making the Avalanche?
Changes
It
with
wasn't
the world.
lack of sales. You can't keep them.
No, the Ridgeline's the same way, and Honda changed the Ridgeline, and now it's nothing like it used to be. It's just not the same truck.
The Avalanche, how was it service-wise? I mean...
Same as his Tahoe. It's the same truck.
It was a gentleman's pickup.
Yep.
The engine was rock solid. The interior was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I just was so pissed off when they stopped making them. I always got one. I've had one for several years. I loved it. I just loved it.
You don't even see that many on the road anymore.
I know it.
Yeah.
I mean, why? I mean, honest to God, I don't know why. And those are the kinds of things that just piss me off.
It's the same question we ask all the time. Back in 2000, you make a car that's still running today, and now you can't make a car that'll run, 5 years. Like,
okay,
why change
so we talked
much?
about the most convenient all-around cars for value, parts availability, blah, blah, blah. Nissan and Toyota, right? Toyota has them a beat, probably. And we also, Honda's not bad, but Toyota number one. Toyota. Now, we talked about what's the most inconvenient. Parts are a pain in the ass. Wait times are a pain in the ass. Expensive what? BMW?
European, yeah.
Just throw that, you can just slap that European badge on that.
Audi,
European.
Volkswagen, BMW.
All of them.
Mini Cooper.
You guys do not like European cars.
The Germans
and when
should-
we say German,
The Germans should stick to making beer and losing wars.
see,
they
and
don't
I
make good cars.
always thought German engineering was the coup d'etat.
They're great. As long as you're leasing them and you keep them for 3 years and you get another one, as a driver, you'll love it. Great vehicles. As soon as they hit 50,
No
60,000,
longevity.
No.
Not without very expense.
Yeah. I tell my BMW owners, come in 60,000, plan on $5,000 a year. You're going to put $5,000 a year into this car. Something's going to go.
Everyone
And you're gonna
says
need
that.
It. Yeah.
Yeah. Buy a factory warranty if you buy a used one.
It's a Mercedes like that, though?
Yep.
I don't touch Mercedes.
Because of that.
Because of the tools, the parts, the problems, yes. We steer clear of Mercedes.
So this idea that they're rock solid is BS. They're good new cars.
They're great up to about 60,000 miles, then get rid of it. Your problems are coming.
Yes.
Why do they have such good residual values for leases?
Stigma.
Status.
Status symbol, yeah.
Now, did I take Mark, or is this a new one? He's still on. Mark, did you have...
second.
Oh, go ahead. Do you have any other comments? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, quickly. Okay, so now we're going to move on to my wife's car.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Go ahead.
Good. All right, so she's got a Volvo 2011 XC70 station wagon, four-wheel drive. We bought that car brand new. We don't care what it costs to fix. She does not want an SUV. There's very few station wagons that are four-wheel drive anymore. The Mercedes is $165,000. She likes the car, and it fits her, and she doesn't want an SUV. She said they look too cookie cutter, which I agree.
Yep.
No,
Okay.
Subarus and Volvos are cult cars. That's what we call them.
Subarus and...
Volvos and Subarus.
Okay, so what about... Is Volvo considered European? No, right?
It is.
Do you like Volvos, guys? Or is it the same as... You put it in the same class as the others, at 50 or 60, get rid of them?
The big difference is the Volvo owner's going to spend to fix it. Your BMW owner doesn't want to. They're going to move on to the next model. The Volvo owner loves that
More
car.
loyal.
They're gonna, just like the Subaru owner.
That's why we call them cult cars.
BMWs are weird because they give the illusion of such quality. But it's an illusion, you're saying.
Great marketing.
God.
It's the same as Cadillac, on the GM side. You own a Cadillac, you better get rid of it at 60 or it'll crush you. Yeah. They're all high-end cars.
He owns a Chevy Tahoe, right? That's just like a Cadillac Escalade. He's just not paying the Cadillac price, but he's driving the same vehicle.
All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We invite you to join the discussion if you'd like. I want to tell you about Grossman Wellness. For $249, you get a complete blood work consultation, a doc, and an exam. They'll let you know where you stand with your health. It's a concierge practice. That means for every 3 months you get blood work, every 3 months you get an exam, every 3 months a consultation. And it includes all supplements, most of your prescriptions, really, and your supplements. Think about it, and blood work, all at one low price, like a few $100 a month. This is like GrossmanWellness.com, something I think people need to do. It's called the concierge medicine, and that's what I do. And it's GrossmanWellness.com.
I had one guy get mad at me when I called it a cold car. Subaru owners will never drive another car, and they will fix whatever you tell them to fix. Volvo's
I am so disappointed that I got a Beamer because of that. Not that I keep a car, but I guess I like that. I'd like to think if I wanted to, I could. You know what I'm saying? But it is such a nice driving fucking car, and power out the ass. And I mean, but
they're fun cars for sure.
They are fun.
They are. They're beautiful. They ride great. It's like a couch on a cloud. But
the only way you could afford is if you had a service contract with it, through the dealership. They're a little spendy, but I mean, they pay for all the repairs, and they do. They're good at it.
I had a BMW in yesterday. 29,000 miles. It's got shutters in the front that open and close.
Mhm.
Under warranty to 100K. He went to BMW.
Hold on. One
Not
second.
gonna wait. He wants me to order the part and put it in.
ZeroResDenver.com. You want your carpets to feel clean and look clean? That's ZeroRes, because they use nothing but purified, softened water, which is the most powerful cleaning agent in nature. I swear people don't believe it until I show them. You can take this water. It'll take super glue off without anything. No scrubbing. You soak your finger that has super glue in there. Boom, done. It takes blood out of stuff. It is incredible. In fact, if they could have a washing machine that has this ZR water in it, your clothes would be so clean. Here's what I'm telling you. Your carpets look clean, feel clean, less water, dry faster, stay clean longer, no residue. Everything you want in your home. Safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. Starts at around $33 a room plus other incentives. The only people I have in my home, get Zerofied, please. That's 303-471-5150, 471-5150, ZeroResDenver.com. Now, Euro Plumbing will offer you great deals on water heaters. No one can beat them, period. You want a 40-gallon tank fully installed? That's $13.99. That's it, with the old one taken away. Now you want a 50-gallon, $14.99. They say they can help with any plumbing repair at their super low prices. Put them to the test. Europlumbing, Colorado.net, 303-668-6844, 668-6844. I am a client of Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. So what I'm telling you is a personal experience. I'm also telling you that they're advertisers here, okay? But you can't pay me to say stuff I don't believe in. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies helps me with retirement planning. And I thought I knew it all. They can help you. You have a 401k or IRA. Those are elements. You can't just, think you have a retirement plan when you have elements that might have some income. You need some guarantees. You need some investment accounts. You need some insurances. You need some estate planning. They coordinate everything. Find out how they do business. It'll save you way more than their modest fees. rpcenter.com is the website, or call for a free consultation always. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211.
I'm going to have to leave at like 1:15.
Okay.
I have an interview down there, so.
Looking for a new job?
No. I'm actually looking at opening a third location, though.
Oh, congratulations.
So,
wow, down there.
I'd like to be,
I didn't know the area is big enough to have 3 locations.
El Paso County just surfaced we're now the biggest county in Colorado. We have the most amount of people, period.
What?
Yeah.
You got more than Jefferson,
Denver County?
Yeah, we beat them. Yep. Julie, Julie, my old lady that comes with me once in a while.
Yes.
She works for the county down there. And there's a hiring freeze, but they had to open it up for them, and they're still arguing. Blah, blah, blah. They have the biggest amount of people, so we're having all these backlogs in the government. Yeah, it's crazy. We're growing like crazy down there. So we're looking at up north. I don't know, Northgate.
It has more people than Denver County? How can that be possible?
Well, it's the entire city is the county.
Huh?
El
It's
Paso
only
County.
one county.
Yeah,
The whole
El Paso
city's
County.
one county.
Because remember, Denver's just, you got so many counties up here.
No, you're right.
That you're split up. You guys have more people in this area, but they're just the counties. You're split up into Denver,
Yeah, you got
Brookville,
6 or 8 counties
yeah.
surrounding Denver, you know.
So, and in fact, I don't even think
Well,
Denver
other than-
County is bigger than some of the counties.
But other than Colorado Springs, what other population center is in El Paso?
Peyton.
If it goes south,
Callahan,
yeah. It's
Falcon.
It's rural, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Pueblo is not.
No, we don't go as far as Pueblo, but Manitou should be in there. How far up does it go? I think up to about Green Mountain Falls, and then it comes into Woodland Park from there.
El Paso's 1, Denver's 2, and
Yeah.
Arapahoe.
So Denver's 2.
What?
Yeah.
I
I
would
but it's
not
also
lose
the
in a
largest.
trivia-
It's
in a
also the
trivia
largest.
contest. I would never win.
Doc's got the proof. It's in writing.
No. But in a
land mass,
in
though,
a,
it's also the largest by land.
Yeah.
You know, because.
But I would never believe there's. Would you think there's?
No, I
Denver
wouldn't have thought
County's
so.
really small
Yes.
compared
Definitely
to El
wouldn't have.
Paso County. But for years, we were like 12th, 13th. Like, it was nice. You felt like you were in a small community. Now,
A lot of people moved down there in the
you
last
can't
5
even
years.
drive. You know, the red light, you're not getting through one anymore.
No.
It's 2 or 3. Like, you
No.
feel like you're in Denver.
I lost a couple mechanics moving down there in Pueblo.
It's crazy.
You know,
change
because just the
down there.
cost of everything was so much.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Paul, you have a question on an IRA. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, Tom. I'm not sure what advice you can offer up that I haven't already tried to address. I'm calling for my father-in-law, who's 87, and I've been starting to help him with some of his financial and legal items. He has found some documents that he had an IRA trust plan, and the only document I have is what the opening package of it, and that was in 1984, and it was from Empire Savings, which the main office was in Denver, and he opened up the account in North Glen or something like that. But in any case, that particular savings bank was purchased by Commercial Federal and then later became Commercial Federal Bank. And then in 2005, it was bought out by Bank of the West, which is now BMO out of Montreal. So I wanted to find out whether he ever liquidated it or, cashed in, or whether it's just migrated from bank to bank in some form. And
Well,
my
okay.
father-in-law has no specific memory of it.
All right, let me tell you what would happen. If he had an IRA, it would be, and one thing we do have that I am encouraged with, and since I got in the financial business on the side with, it's a long story, I've learned about the strict regulations and controls there are on people's money. It's a good thing, by the way. So with any kind of an abandoned account, they're not allowed to keep it. They're not allowed to transfer it. They're not allowed to do anything except send it to the state. So if it's abandoned, and this would have been classified way back as abandoned, like back in before 90. So it would, the only place it would be if he had it, the only place, well, let's put it this way. There could be 3 things. One, he could have taken it and doesn't remember, or somebody could have defrauded him, maybe a caretaker or someone. I'm not suspecting that, but they found out about it, let's say, and took it. Or the most logical thing, it would be with the state treasury, which is the Colorado Payback, or they're officially called their escheat funds. Have you ever heard that expression?
Yes, I even checked on the database online.
Then if it's
with
not
that.
there, Paul, they would not retain it. They would not do it.
Okay, because I contacted Empire. They have no record of it.
Of course
in
not.
Their IRA division,
Right.
or obviously their banks. And I also checked on abandoned accounts. And he's got maybe $20 sitting there from some other lost accounts, but not this IRA.
Now the IRA, how much did he open it with?
A couple of thousand. And at this point, it would have been over $56,000. It would have been probably 60 grand or so. And he just has no specific memory. He's not saying that.
No, I
he did or
understand.
didn't cash
But
it
the
out.
only place that would be absence of fraud. And here's the bad news. Even if there was fraud, they got away with it. Even if you
Right.
knew who did it, they got away. There's nothing you can do about it. That's why, folks, we have to be attentive to what we call these statutes of limitation.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed,
What's your guys' labor rate down the spring?
176 where I'm at. 176.25.
That's pretty average over there.
No, we're low.
You're low?
Where I'm at it, yeah, I'm way lower because even my e-shop is
176 is what?
Is
The
per hour.
shop rate?
Yeah, labor rate per
That
hour.
takes everything, one or two men or one man?
1 man hour.
We just do 1 man hour. Yep, 1 man hour is 176.25. But even the e-shop on the other side of town, my other location is 186, so they're $10 higher. BMW's at 285, which is literally 2 blocks away from me.
Kevin, what are you?
You were 175.
Are most shops up that high?
We're gonna
low.
bump it again.
Now, you add on top of that shop supplies and all that bullshit?
Minor.
Or do you do it
There's
into your shop?
No, there's a minor charge on there for shop supplies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a separate.
One thing I don't do, and I don't think I ever will, is charge for credit cards. You know, starting to do
Yeah, I don't have that either.
You know, where you get charged 3% for using your card.
If you pay cash, you get this fee. If you pay credit, you get that fee. If you...
I don't think there's anything wrong with charging for the convenience of a credit card. Nothing wrong at all.
I don't either.
I've
But
had a
for
little
us,
pushback
it's-
on it.
It's so hard to.
Yeah.
Well, he
do
wouldn't
that
take
in
my
our
personal
business.
check.
Well, yeah, we threw him out. We don't want this. Guy with duct tape holding his bumper on, trying to write a check.
Writing a check. At least he didn't scotch tape the check. What are the dealers at up here? Do you know?
He said I needed a
I
co-signer.
don't even know. I haven't kept track because it's it's like Prestige charges by the labor unit. They don't even charge by the hour. You have to figure out how many units are in an hour.
So the local guy.
And it depends on whether it's electrical or mechanical as to how many units per hour. So you never figure out what you're paying.
That's the way some of the local, like Aspinato, that guy's crazy, man. He's offering his technicians to go call every shop and ask their technicians to join him. If they stay 6 months, he'll give them $3,000. If they stay 8 months, he'll give them $3,000 and the other guy $5,000. That's amazing. It's like you're poking people out of shops, and then they come over, they work 6 months, and they leave.
Yeah.
They don't want to stick with you. They just want the
They
freaking
just want-
bonus. Like
yeah.
that, you're stupid.
Yep.
But he does. This age group, you pay $186. If you're this age group, you pay $196. The first hour is this amount. Once you get to the hour and a half, it's that amount. Anything over 4 hours is this amount. That's like, how do you? I don't understand.
I don't even know how
this.
you keep track of that. Yeah.
It's a labor rate. It's per hour. It doesn't matter if it's 1 hour or 10 hours. It's the same. But yeah, they're trying everything to make more money down there.
Yeah, we got a fleet that I've been trying to bump, and they're big pushback, and I'm just afraid of losing them.
Yeah, that's tough too.
Because they spend
a lot of money. Yeah, I have a pretty big fleet up here that comes down, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Limo company up here that brings all their stupid Cadillacs down. We do the same with them. We changed the labor rate at the beginning of the year and then called them, but they spend $10,000 a month with us.
He said it was 40 or 50.
10,000. That's way more. That's
Yeah.
a good amount there.
That's the warranty company. We've been doing some work for. They want to send parts and stuff like that. And we got them at like $1.20. And they're feeling like they can do better. I'm like, oh shit, let's not have this conversation.
So what are they, a warranty company? So they just send warranty cars your way and parts.
We don't have any warranty for the work we do.
Yeah.
We do the inspection. Inspection is discounted.
We work with-
Diag is not, but the inspection is discounted.
The biggest company we work with down there is probably CarMax. We do all their cars. So anything that they don't do in-house, which is most mechanical. I mean, they do brakes. I think struts is about as big as they go. Anything outside of that, they don't touch. So the customer brings it over to the inspection. We inspect it. They take it back to CarMax. They approve it and send the car back over to us. It's like, oh, this is perfect. I like this.
We used to do that with drive time.
Yeah.
And then they got just, because their whole thing was with parts, is we had to, our markup was limited to 5% over the list price at Advanced Auto Parts.
Oh, man.
That was their philosophy. And then they wanted diag inspection, everything for $55. It's like, I'm not diagging a Volkswagen with 7 warning lights on for $55. No.
You can't.
Not doing it. So you are refusing to honor the contract? Yes.
No. They do the initials on their part. Once it's out of that realm, they'll send it to us. We take it from there. So. And we get a lot of pre-purchases from customers. So then when they get back over there, we end up with the work too. So it works out nicely. I do
it's just
have
hard to
another.
believe 100's half of what retail is.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. You know, a lot of these nationwide companies, it's tough because they, you know, they're based in Atlanta. So they have labor rates from, you know, I tease them. You get your labor rates from LA? No, we're not from Lower Alabama. Where are you getting this rate from?
It's
LKQ pricing and stuff that's half of what we're paying here, you know, on their estimates.
All the CarMax cars that get shipped across, the shipper is actually our neighbor next door, so they have a big lot where all the CarMax cars end up before they go one way or the other. That guy transfers so many. Like, it's so crazy. 300-400 cars a day in that lot, and
they're all moving.
3 days later, 4 cars in there, and then bam, it's filled back up again. But we can see some pretty cool cars come through.
Yeah.
But you always like, oh, that one came from New York. It's headed to California. What? They just move cars around.
Cars all
No,
over the country.
dude. I had a car that we did engine work in, a Chevy Tahoe. Rebuilt it, blah, blah, blah. He's in from out of town. His daughter's having a kid. They had to get on the road. So we got him back on the road. They made it as far as, like, Falcon, and it broke. So towed it back over. We put him in a rental car, got him home. Ultimately, I had to ship that car out there after fighting with the stupid warranty company on how could this go bad inside of the engine. It's like, it's inside the engine. You think I broke it before I put it in it? So we had to fight that. But anyways, $1,200 to ship that thing back out. Our rate with our neighbor was $1,200. I'm like, dude, you get that for every fucking car. That's crazy. Wow. God.
Can you imagine logistics, though, trying to keep track of those cars all over the country?
And the damage.
Yeah.
Because they took pictures of, the car like crazy, just to make sure that everything. And do you know any damage to this car? I'm like, this ain't even my car. Like, I'm trying to ship it to a guy out there. Yeah, I couldn't. That's got to be tough business. Real tough business.
They're all moved around on haulers, or sometimes just single doubles, or
typically haulers. They do have 2 enclosed, but out of their 6 or 8 trucks that they run, they're all open with, I don't know, 10, 2,
I know
3,
what they're hauling, yeah.
8 or 9 cars per, because one goes over the top, but they do have 2, I think, enclosed.
Those guys are nuts.
Money. That's money. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere where we're solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. If you want the best garage door service, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Now, here's why. All of their prices are on that website, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of them. They have 24/7 service in emergencies if you can't get your door opened or closed. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. They do tune-ups. If your door doesn't open or close properly after the season, the winter, they can adjust it. They can do minor or major repairs. They represent all major manufacturers and can do warranty work on some of them. That's oneclearchoicedoors.com. So, welcome. We have Sheridan Autotech with us, Honest Accurate Auto from Colorado Springs and Kimmer Transmission from Parker and Arapahoe, from Jordan and Arapahoe area. So whatever's on your mind, give us a call. The home show started. I wanted to get a report from someone who went there. If you drop down, it's an indoor show, Douglas County Fairgrounds, and it's the Castle Rock Home Show all weekend. So welcome to the show, by the way. And give us a call if you need help, information, or referrals. And I wanted to talk about a few things. First and foremost, when it comes to hacking, it used to be people would get a virus on their computer, or people would have, some kind of problem with their computer. They were harmless. And then we had serious stuff like identity theft, where they'd go in and not only mess with your computer, but somehow extract information in order to get your logins. And then we had, even worse, malware. They go into big hospitals and towns and corporations and lock your files down tight with a worm that gets into your system, and then you have to pay to unencrypt it. Now, they do. Once you pay the ransom, I often wonder, why do these guys do that? When you pay the ransom, they could just take the money and run, but they want a good name in the hacking business because they want people to pay the ransom. And if it ever got around that you didn't do what you said after the ransom, then people wouldn't be paying it. So people pay the ransom. And the FBI has been trying to crack down on these. Well, now municipal systems that run on computers are now being the target. Water systems, sewer systems, nuclear systems, they say, although it hasn't happened yet. And a water tower in Texas. It overflowed in January, spilling tens of thousands of gallons of water into the street. Guess what? They did a deep search with a cybersecurity company and found that these water systems were attacked by Russia. That Russia has a hack army. They literally have an army now that they're building to do cyber warfare. I said this a while ago, and I think everybody believes it. Everybody said, I wasn't the only one, okay? And that is that cyber warfare will be our next warfare. You can do as much harm or more going to someone's infrastructure. So Russia has dedicated themselves to getting an army together of nerds. Think about that.
As does China, even more than Russia.
Do we have one?
Of course we do.
I don't know about that. Do we?
I mean, it's part of our armed forces. I'm sure there's a security branch of our armed forces.
I truly wonder if we have a hack force or an anti-hack force, or if we have cybersecurity people. The Space Force people laughed about. Space Force is going to be a big deal. But do we have a cybersecurity force? Do we?
I would guarantee that we do, Tom.
Do you think?
Absolutely. How could we not in the 21st century?
But what's really strange is what's going to happen to this country or to this world with this kind of warfare. Now, you're not going to have bloodshed. Well, you could have a lot of lives endangered, but they're saying so much as these Russian hackers, now maybe Chinese, but I'm reading about the Russian ones, they're learning how to hack into traffic control systems, subway control systems, trains, switchers. I mean, everything is on computer. Everything is on computer. Airplanes, airliners. Think about the control systems. What could be done? Do you know, the interpretations we do with GPS receivers, they're all computerized. I mean, not the GPS. The GPS itself receives a signal, but the triangulation and mapping software, that all could be hacked to where you think you're following a GPS,
but it's off.
How about just knocking out satellites? The same deal.
That's right. So to me, it's a frightening idea. It's truly frightening that that everywhere we look, we're going to have a battlefront. But I can't, and that's why a lot of people were suspicious. And I don't know, where did the banning go of TikTok? Is that still happening, or did they decide to sell? Whatever happened with that? Congress was all about banning, and they were within a few days of banning TikTok.
It was tied to the Ukraine and Israel aid, and now they've split all that apart. So there's going to be Israel aid alone from Ukraine aid, then separate from the TikTok ban.
And TikTok is still available, Tom.
Well, of course it is. They didn't do it yet. He said they separated them up, and now instead of having one big bill, there are three of them. And now they're going, so that'll still come up for debate and stuff then, right?
Yeah.
It's still under consideration. And people are convinced that through the TikTok, it's one of the ways that they will have entry into our cyber system. Chinese. Do you believe that? I mean, Mark is very skeptical of TikTok.
I'm not on TikTok, so I'm safe.
I mean,
it's making us dumber. I mean, if you've ever been on it.
Tom, do you think it's going to be like mutually assured destruction was in the Cold War, where both Russia and the U.S. knew that if either started a war, they'd both be annihilated?
I'm just hoping everything is backed up to a point where who cares, right? If you knock out our system, you have another one. I mean, why wouldn't you have 100 backups a day? Why couldn't you? I mean, there's no cost of reproductions, technically, just storage. But there must be a way to back up to a point where you simply restore. You know, war's one thing, right? And anti-hacking. But if they hack a system, like these hospitals and stuff, if they hack the system, why can't they go and get the new one up and running? Why? I never understood, and if somebody is smarter than me listening, if you have a complete system running your hospital and all the records are encrypted, everything's encrypted, what about the backups? Did they get I think what probably these backups have the worm in it too. I don't know. I don't know the reason, but you would think that with our brains that we have today, we would come up with a way to back up native files or something to where you wouldn't have to pay $10 million to somebody.
It's amazing. I know in my practice, we backed up our patient files every day onto a floppy disk.
Well, I know that. But
but the point is, it was so easy to do that you would think hospitals would have some mechanism to download it onto a USB,
because when malware takes over and encrypts stuff, it encrypts it. Now, but is that worm hidden in there? So when they back up, it gets into their backups as well.
Yeah, but like I have a backup. So when my system went down one day, we just went back to the last time it was working, which would have been Friday, right? And then they went back there and opened it up to Friday, and we started there. We lost Saturday and Sunday.
Right, I understand.
But at least you go right back where you were and start rolling.
Yeah, I have to believe it's not as simple as just backing up and not paying malware. There must be a reason they pay these exorbitant malware ransoms. So anti malware, or let's put it this way, cybersecurity is going to be of utmost. Now, I don't just mean on the military end, but for people to protect their companies. I imagine that's a pretty damn big business right now, that you hire these people to make you malware-proof, hack-proof. They simulate attacks all the time and find weaknesses. It's amazing to me that we don't have more of it, actually. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Today, $20 barely gets you a burger and fries, and maybe it'll get you a quarter tank of gas. But you know what it'll get you, though? For just $20 a month, you get unlimited talk and text and plenty of 5G data from my friends, my cell phone company, a veteran-owned company, Pure Talk. Make the switch today, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Now, choose a wireless company that shares your values. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now. Make the switch today, pound 250, keyword save now from Pure Talk.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar, you know, they gave me an example one time of a commercial system they put in where not only did the business put money in their pocket, but they make money every year selling power back to the grid and plus charging their tenants for the power at regular rates. And this can happen. You know, Red Rocks Roof and Solar does way more than the systems themselves, but they do them and they back them up and they service them. But here's what they also do. They help you write grants to get the rural commercial systems paid for or residential systems. They have, of course, the tax credits and financing available. Whatever you need, they have at redrocksrs.com. Simply Floors, Inc. will get you the flooring experience that will truly be not only pleasant, but cost-effective and thorough, professional. They have the salespeople that want to pick the right stuff for you and help you get the right stuff. They come to you. You make an appointment at simplyfloorsinc.com. You can go to their showrooms. There's one at 52nd and Ward. There's one over at Quebec and 470. And I think there's a third one, simplyfloorsinc.com. Any kind of floor covering you want, they have great prices and the best installers in the business, simplyfloorsinc.com. Now, one thing people do way before they sell is they wonder about selling. And then, where do I want to live? What they do is wonder how much my house will sell for. Frank Duran will answer that free of charge. He's going to give you a complete analysis of your property as if he was listing it and what it will sell for based on his 30 years experience. He can also tell you what you're going to net from the sale and what's out there to buy. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Come join us for a company-wide sale. Everything is up to 60% off.
With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved. Your health is your...
But I think he was the first one to really
You got to be wondering, dude. Don't you kind of go, fuck, what did I do? I mean...
That guy, as I remember it, that's the one who just sat there.
Just sat there, yeah.
Now, that I don't even... Unless he took something...
He had
to make him...
Who's that?
That monk during Vietnam set himself on fire.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, there is such cruelty in the world, though, God Almighty.
This isn't cruel.
Do you know what some of the cartels do? That you heard about the tire around the neck?
Oh, and then they light it on fire?
Can you fucking imagine? I mean, some of the cruelty. I mean,
Yeah, it's just like, just kill the guy.
What I don't understand is this. How can anyone, no matter how much you hate somebody, how can you watch it?
Yeah. I mean,
Because they believe, not talking about present day, but in medieval times, they really believed that they were cleansing their soul by getting rid of someone who's being the devil.
Well, I'm not talking about the devil now. I'm talking, okay.
Yeah, not a religious
Believe it or
right,
not,
yeah.
I believe that madness. I mean, I think it's fucking crazy, but I believe that madness where they believe they're going after Satan and not a person.
If she floats, she's a witch. If she
punishing,
sinks,
but where you're punishing a person, that's the part.
I don't know.
I mean, there's not anyone in the world that I would hate enough that I would kill them like that. I would, if I wanted them dead, I would, boom.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be my worst case. But to want to see them suffer, because once they're dead, it's over.
Yeah.
I don't even understand watching pain or animals or there's something about people. Those kinds of people are very dangerous because there's something missing in them. There's truly something.
There's no filter.
Psychopaths,
Yeah.
for sure.
But I wonder what it is that in the brain that controls that part of you, where you've got to have compassion, right? No matter how much you fucking hate people. I even hate like lethal injections and stuff. Although I know the reasons, right? But at least that's not suffering. But still.
It's interesting. When they used to burn people at the stake, a lot of the church people would tell them to breathe in as quickly as possible, so they would breathe in the smoke and they would suffocate quickly rather than let the fire burn.
Well, it was also very common like during the medieval days during beheadings, where you would pay the family of the doomed would pay the executioner bribe money.
For what?
To make sure it was a clean hit.
Yeah.
To give them a reason. Yeah, make sure the blade's sharp.
Oh,
make sure you don't.
And that's why, when the Japanese...
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Compass Insurance Group, by the way, still doing insurance checkups and independent look at your insurance to see you're not paying too much or you're not underinsured or overinsured.
Can I say something about
303-996-9000. Yeah.
What I think is amazing is that I've been with them. Every year they call me up.
I know.
Without my asking them.
And they go over
it to see if they can save me
great.
money.
I
I think that's incredible.
It is you feel like you're in good, I shouldn't say in good hands because that's that other ugly But no, Compass is great. Hey, Eric, what's going on?
Hey, Tom. Hey, I got a question for Jeff.
Why am I not hearing you?
Hello?
Yeah. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. I hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
All right. So I got a question for Jeff. My wife is, after going to the auto show here a few weeks ago, my wife has found a new car that she's interested in. And I am curious, are the new CVT transmissions through Nissan better than what they were previously? Because she really...
What did she like? What is she like?
Well, she really fell in love with the new Ultima all-wheel drive. And we've test drove it twice.
What's the model?
She really likes it.
Oh, it's called... who makes it? Okay, Nissan Altima. Okay, got it.
Yeah, man, Nissan really kind of stuck all their eggs in that basket in the passenger car market. Almost every car they make is a CVT. I would say they're better, yes. Would I say that we've reached to the point of reliability? That's going to take time to tell.
Okay.
Well, tell me, what does she like about it? Now, it's not an SUV. It looks like a car to me, right?
Yeah, it's a regular sedan.
It's freaking beautiful. Golly. Yeah. It looks like a fancy Beamer.
Yeah, I mean, we sat in at the auto show, and it's got tons of interior space. I mean, I'm 6 foot, my wife's 5'2", and she put the seat where it was good for her, and I sat behind her, and I was like, okay, home, James, because that's about the leg room that I had. And so we were, really liked it, and we've test drove it, and she's, she's kind of contemplating in the next few weeks.
Well, Jeff,
let's go see what I get.
How bad are those transmissions? Come on.
Well, coming up into the 2021, or excuse me, not 2000, to 2020, 2021, we have some improvements. We're not seeing as many of them, but I mean, we're going to see more and more over time. That's for sure. Prior to that, they had an extremely high rate of failure.
Yeah, but not now, right? I mean,
time's going to tell.
And what
as these things go older and get more mileage on them, we'll find out.
What do you not like about them in general?
The regular failures in them. I mean,
but they're a cone, right? And it's a constant velocity.
Yeah, you've got two separate pulleys that will expand and constrict. So similar to like a 10-speed bicycle where you're changing the size of the sprockets, but since they're actually moving back and forth from each other, you don't have that actual transition. It just moves up and down the height and the shallow of the cone.
Yeah, the belt does.
Exactly.
So what I'd like to know...
Is it the same situation of just keep up on the maintenance on it?
Well, maintenance with anything is going to be crucial. Jesse alluded to it earlier, where the American manufacturer likes to try to tell everybody you don't never need to service your transmission, go 8, 9, 10,000 miles on an oil change. These are just marketing gimmicks in order to sell the car.
Yeah.
If you actually want to keep the car going, change those fluids. It's the cheapest thing you'll put in there.
So what about this, Eric? What about this? What do you care? Are you going to keep it for 10 years? What do you? I'm not
probably,
asking like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. So you're a long-term owner. You're a long-term owner.
Yeah. I mean, I've got a 2015 Nissan pickup it just hit 190,000 miles, and the body and the interior is still in excellent condition. As long as the mechanicals hold up, it may be my last vehicle because I have, I know the history of it, and I just keep up on
Got
regular
it.
maintenance.
Have you ever thought about an electric vehicle?
No, not really.
You know what? The more I
part
talk
of-
to these guys, the more I'm being sold on them because there is no life limit like there is on an engine.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom. When Uncle Joe gives me $20,000 to rewire my house so I can have an EV, then we'll talk. Because it's going to cost me $20,000 to rewire my house
No
for
way.
an EV.
What?
Because when my house was built, they put my my box on the wrong side of the house. Instead of being on the garage side, it's on the house side.
Okay, well
so the
then
whole
that's
thing has to be
okay.
rewired.
I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
you have a dryer plug.
Same side of the house as the box.
Okay, then move your garage. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, thanks, Eric. Steve, what's happening?
Yes. Is this?
Yeah, this is Tom.
Me?
Yeah, this is the Tom Martino Show. We're talking about consumer problems, and I see you have something with a refrigerator.
Oh yes, I wasn't expecting to be on the air.
So what's happening?
Well, I had a little power glitch here about 5 weeks ago with my refrigerator, and since then it has not been able to be.
When you say,
pulled down enough.
can you describe what you mean by a power glitch?
It was just a power surge or a spike when we had that heavy snow. 5 weeks ago? We lost power for 30,
All
40
right.
seconds,
And then
came back
after
into-
that, the refrigerator never worked right?
Correct. It will only get as cold as about 48 degrees.
What
About the
kind is
coldest I
it?
could get it.
What kind is it?
It's a GE monogram.
I can't think of anything with a power thing that would have done that. Now, a surge maybe. Was it a blink or was it a surge?
Well, I guess it was a blink, and it just flashed on and came back on moments later. And I
Did
went
you?
outside
Okay.
to the,
Did it?
garage.
I'm going to start with the most obvious. When the power goes off, did you reset your temperatures? Because that's a computer in there. You got to reset it. I mean, what I mean is, did the temperatures go back to default?
No, they were still showing 34 degrees or something like that.
Whatever you want to show, you show in the refrigerator, and then you have the freezing in the freezer. And those are both set still, right?
Correct. However, the refrigerator part will only get as cold as about 48 degrees.
Yeah, there's something. It sounds like your compressor more than anything. But it could be really simple, though. Like, do you know if there's any internal? There are internal fuses, but they're not resettable by you. Have you ever called anyone to come look at it?
Yes, I called GE Monogram directly because my.
Nah, good luck with that. What did they? They're terrible. What did they tell you?
Well, they were actually very accommodating.
Sorry.
Yeah, they said to contact Sears Home Services.
Okay, so where did it all end up? Did you get someone to look at it?
Yeah, they came out a couple of weeks ago. They looked at it, and they said it needs a compressor and an evaporator.
How old is the refrigerator?
It's a little over 10 years, and so the compressor, the sealed units are still covered by the warranty.
Oh, wait, so you can get this done under warranty?
Yes, so I contacted GE Monogram, and they sent me the compressor and an evaporator, and everything was going smoothly.
That's amazing. That's amazing to me. Go ahead, then what?
Oh, okay. So then we had I tried to schedule again for Sears Home Services to come out and.
Do they cover the installation as well, Steve, or just the part?
No, just the part.
All right.
The labor was $500.
Did you pay that $500 yet?
I did, yeah.
To what? To Sears?
Yeah, yes, to Sears Home Services. Yes, correct.
My God, you should have never, ever, ever done that. So is it working?
Yeah.
Is it working?
No, well, they have not been back out to install. They were
Wait. You said you paid for it. You paid in advance for installation?
Correct, yeah.
Well, hold on.
What are you talking about? Who'd you pay in advance for installation?
Sears Home Services. They said it was not $119 for the diagnosis.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's what I want to know, Steve. You got the part sitting at your house, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Can you get your money back if you cancel installation? Of course you can. There's no reason they should keep your money. Get your money back.
That's the issue. I can't get a hold of Sears Home Services. If you call any of these,
Where
phone
did
numbers
you
I have
put?
on them,
Did you put it on a credit card?
I did. Yes.
All right. Do me a favor. Contest the charge. You paid for something you did not get, which is installation. Contest the charge. Get rid of. You do not want these clowns coming from Sears to install it. Never. Okay? Never.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to give you the name of someone to install it. You ready?
Oh, let me write this down.
And this is an independent guy from Russia. He is the best service tech you'll ever get, and he works directly with homeowners. He even comes out on Sundays. I'm telling you, he's not on the referral list. He should be. I asked Mark to get him on, but maybe Mark hasn't gotten around to it. His name is Roma.
Okay.
Here's his number, 720-980-4609. Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to tell him you went to this guy's house one time on a Sunday, and you did such great work that he told me I should call you. I need this part installed, blah, blah, blah. What you might find out from Roma, because he's so honest, is you probably didn't need the compressor. Because I'm just going to say a little side note here. You got it free. It doesn't matter. Put it in. Put it in. You got it free. It's going to extend. It's going to double the life of that refrigerator. But you didn't need it. You didn't need it. You needed the starter. You did not need the entire compressor for one blink of power. Okay? But you call that guy. Did I give you that number? I'm sorry, my age. Yes, I did. Okay. So you take it and you call that guy, and you will be thanking me for it. But get your money back, even if you can't get a hold of him. Stop payment. There's no reason you should pay for installation you do not want and you did not get.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4.
Company, and they suck.
Yeah. Even the old Craftsman tools. I mean, it used to be, hey, that was a good home
Craftsman
tool.
was sold.
I know, that used to be a good home tool.
It used to be a good tool.
It still is.
So, no, they're crap now.
No.
Yeah, they are. They're shit.
The actual tools? Yes. I thought they sold that division.
They did sell them.
They
but
did,
the
and there's a
crap.
lifetime warranty still. But
good luck getting it warranted.
You got to go to the store and find the part. To get it warranted. Yeah.
So I mean, because you can buy Craftsman at Lowe's and Advance Auto Parts, Ace Hardware. Good, but they won't warranty them in store. You got to send
most of mine.
Craftsman.
Most of mine are. I have two sets of tools, the best and the worst, and they both serve me. Because the worst I don't use a lot, and the best I use all the time. Snap-on to Harbor Freight.
Yep.
And Harbor Freight's wonderful if you don't use them a lot. And by the way, they'll replace you without question. Yeah. Harbor Freight, I swear, will never question you.
They're like Costco.
Yeah.
I was there one time after Christmas. A lady returned a Christmas tree. Swear to God. They took the money. They gave her her money back. They changed their policy on it.
Hold on, guys. Keel and Park are estate planning attorneys. Now, what that means is they will look at your estate first free of charge. What is your estate? Everything you own, everything you love, everything you want to pass on to everyone else, including artwork, jewelry, even cars, collectibles, and, of course, bank accounts and stocks and bonds. Your will, your trust will help sort that out. But they go over everything free of charge and then recommend to you what you need. And with that recommendation comes flat rate pricing. Keel and Park, good people that you should use when you need estate planning. Keel and Park. So why don't you meet with them? There's no obligation. Call them first. That's a common spelling on that name with an E on the end of each. Keel and Park.
LawKP.com. LawKP.com. 970-818-8198. Genesis Total Exteriors, that name says it all, basically. Everything on the outside, they do it. The soffits and fascia, you know, that wrap around to your house from the roof, yeah, they cover it. Gutters, yeah. Roofing, yes. Siding, stucco, windows and doors, decks, railings. They can even convert you from siding to stucco. Good time to do that is if you're having insurance work done. And by the way, they handle all your insurance claim on one invoice, one point of contact. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. So, those disclaimers make me laugh. Does anybody on earth believe anybody heard that?
Just say it fast enough.
How can anybody, look at that dog. How can anybody love that? Jesus Christ.
He's ugly,
George,
that's why.
Fix it. That's one of his. Fuck.
Dogs are awesome all the way around.
Yeah, they are.
I know it. And this is his other one.
He likes wrinkles, huh?
They're bulldogs.
Yeah.
He brought them to the studio when they were puppies. Oh my God. They were so cute. You brought Rat Bastard.
I did bring Rat Bastard.
Their little baby.
Not so little no more.
Don't you have a younger one than him now?
Yes, I have Sadell.
How old?
She is going on 2.
And did Rat Bastard teach her?
It took about 3 weeks before it was safe leaving her in the house.
Oh, he didn't like her?
He was going to kill her.
Why?
He doesn't tolerate other dogs. He does not like other dogs. And
but
so
labs are usually friendly.
They're usually very friendly, 100%.
Come on, man.
But,
that doesn't sound like...
Yeah, and she loves everybody. You know, she loves other dogs, don't matter. So, you know, when it comes time to bring another dog back into the house, I have no worries about her. You know, with the yellow that I had when I brought Rat Bastard in, it took about 3 or 4 days before she accepted him.
Wow.
Wasn't worried about her hurting him, but yeah, she wanted nothing to do with him. I was like, take it back to where you got it from. But no, he.
It's funny how some dogs react to it.
Oh yeah,
you know,
but he would have killed her. So we had to take her to work and all sorts of fun.
Jesus.
Now the 2 of them are inseparable. Yeah. But Sadell, she never. I don't know if I got a picture in here. You can. She still looks like a puppy. We somehow ended up with a runt, but she's itty bitty.
I just got little guys at home. I used to have 2 border collies, or border collie and an Aussie. The energy in those dogs was just more than...
It's crazy.
Ugh.
I wish I could get I guess I don't have any pictures of 2 of them side by side. Well, you can kind of tell in that picture. But, so, he's about 85 pounds, and she's just shy of...
4 to 6. Friday at 4. Some call him a legend, as I do. Others call him other things. But the brilliant John Caldera now has his unique and often funny take on politics, local, national, and the state of the Colorado GOP. Join us at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you any way we can to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We're winding up an hour, but you can still get a call in. And by the way, we were talking about cars and convenience and all of that. Somebody wants to know about that Nissan car. He asked about there's an Altima. That's ALT, Altima. And they're really handsome cars. Now, as far as Toyota, do they have a version of this that would not a version, but a competitor? What would a competitor be in that class?
Camry or, one of those.
Now, how do they compare to Hyundai?
The Toyota to the Hyundai, they're very comparable. Hyundai's done a lot over the years.
Hyundai's
to
a
become
wonderful
much better car.
brand,
Yeah,
isn't it?
when they first came out, they were a bit lighter. When they ran out of gas, throw it away. So, but over the years, they've done a lot to improve that company, and they're actually a really quality car anymore.
Yeah,
You agree?
Yeah, the warranty's unbeatable.
Doc is looking at one.
Warranty's unbeatable.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Kona's a nice vehicle. They have all different sizes and shapes of cars. Now, is Kia comparable? Are they now? I heard they're brothers. Did they get back together? Are they separate? I mean, they're identical companies for warranties and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Very, very similar.
So quality-wise, very similar as well, right?
I believe so.
I would say Hyundai's probably a little bit step above them. I mean, they do share a lot of technology, but if I was to put them side by side, a Kia or a Hyundai, I would definitely take the Hyundai.
Really? Okay. And then there's one more text about some men are not looking for quality. They're looking, I think status is what they have in mind. I mean, some people that's why, of course, the Range Rover
The
somehow,
Land Rover, exactly.
people got to know that as some kind of status. And they are good looking. Nobody can deny that. So, as far as there was one other question they had about the performance cars. Are there any that have a reputation they shouldn't for dependability? Like when you're going to look, are there any that are overrated? I guess is what we're talking about.
Well, I just have to keep going back to the European. I mean, while they're new, they're great, but once you hit that 60K mark, they start going downhill, and they're expensive.
Very expensive, yeah.
All right, 303-713-TALK. And then what about the so it's not just the cost that we're talking about of the repairs and all of that, but we're also talking about basically the longevity itself. I mean, the fact that they even break down like that, not break down, but leak.
Well, you're not going to have catastrophic failures. They're small
but they're
repairs, but they're
nickel and dime
huge.
you.
Oh, nickel, but 2,000 and 3,000 at a time. Yeah.
Lupe, what's going on with you, Lupe?
I'm calling Tom to ask about my 27 Tucson.
You're 2017.
Yeah.
Okay, your Hyundai Tucson. What about it?
Yeah, it started knocking.
Really? Now, have you had all the regular service done and oil changes?
Yes, I have had.
Have you changed gasoline at all?
No.
Why would knocking? That's
Well,
not a good
How
thing.
many miles are on it?
It has 99,000.
I would check with Hyundai. They have all kinds of different recalls for their motors.
What?
I know
There's-
I did because I read about it, and I did
For what
go to
years?
Hyundai.
Now, what causes knocking to begin with? What could it be? Is it a deep knock or is it a tick? When you say a knocking, can you really hear it knocking? Clock, 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 clock inside?
It's yes.
Can you feel it or you
It's
just
all
hear
of a
it?
I hear it.
Yeah, it's unfortunately a common failure.
I said it's probably the rod bearing, and that's what the read.
Now,
calls
that's a
are
major
saying.
engine,
Yeah,
isn't
it
it?
is. Yeah, the motor's done. Yeah.
Oh, my God. I mean,
Yep.
why
No warranty on that one or no recall?
Well, it's a 10-year warranty,
they
right,
say-
on a 2000.
Yeah, but they'd extended some past the 10 years.
But hers wouldn't be 10 years at 2017.
Right.
So you're still under warranty for that.
Because I'm a second owner, I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute. So you didn't? They change it for the if it's a certified. There's some rule on extending that warranty.
That's why I always refer to the dealer because they keep changing them.
Anyway,
I'm
what
not
is your
really
question for us,
positive
Lupe? What is your question?
Well, it was. I've taken it to two mechanics, and they
Did they
both
say
said
your
the same
engine's
thing.
toast?
Well, one of them did, and the other one said, well, if we fix it, you'll probably have the same problem again because it's that engine.
Now, that
That's on
doesn't
the
make
recall,
sense
that
because they would rebuild it.
data or whatever. Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Why don't you take it over to Kev? Where are you located?
I'm in Broomfield.
Yeah, I see you can come down south a little, go on I-70, just go on Colfax west of Wadsworth.
We'll check first, see what's
Yeah.
available. We're having a little bit of availability trouble with Hyundai Motors.
Why don't you do me a favor, Lupe, and give them a call?
Call with the VIN number. We can make sure something's available.
303-455-7242. Okay? Dennis, what did you need to talk about, Dennis?
Yeah, Tom. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
So I got a question. I'm thinking of buying a Toyota, and is it worth buying that Toyota hybrid versus the regular Toyota?
All right, we'll come right back and answer that. Hang on, okay? Because we do have thoughts on that. DenverRegen.com for your weight loss semaglutide at pennies on the dollar compared to the brand. Well, not pennies, but only $250 a month. DenverRegen.com. Kachina, what did we ever do with that old man? He was 86. And
He dropped off.
He dropped. God damn it. I wanted to help him. This one guy said, don't shit on the Jeep Gladiator. Excellent. Good longevity. What about it? Or any of the Jeeps. Do they last, or are they going to have...
No, for a while we were doing nothing but differentials on Jeeps, rebuilding the rear diffs.
Dana 44 HDs.
35s.
What about the engines?
Now the engines, the 3.6 is a major problem in all the Cherokees and everything.
Really?
Yeah, 3.6 isn't everything.
Right now,
Fuck all of these people.
Right now on the Gladiators, I don't know if he's got an automatic or a stick, but they've got a problem with the clutches on those. And they've got a TSB/partial recall where they're doing free replacements on them, but they're just putting the same clutches back in them. So they're literally just taking out.
Okay, guys. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You know what they mean. Deals. Deals. Screaming deals on water heaters. $14.99. Get you a 50-gallon tank fully installed. That's unheard of. $13.99 for a 40-gallon. No matter what size you want, they have the best prices, and they invite you to put them to the test. They love the challenge. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. Hey, K&H Home Solutions has the best windows ever right now. They have teamed up. Now, K&H has been here for 65 years. They've teamed up with a Colorado window made right here, and it is so energy efficient and beautiful. It's called Alpine Windows. Man, they have this suspended film technology along with these insulated, thermo-crafted fiberglass frames. These windows are durable. It's a lifetime of durability and energy efficiency. KH Home Solutions, a company you can trust for everything on the outside of your house. K&H Home Solutions and bathroom remodels as well. 303-421-7100, 421-7100, khwindows.com. And if you're looking for window coverings, you heard me talk about Made in the Shade so much because I really believe in them. We use them. We like them. We recommend them. They come and measure and estimate for free along with a design consultant. They have shutters, shades, blinds, curtains. They have all kinds of technology, including solar-powered ones. And you can use cell phone technology or not. You pick whatever level you want at your budget. Made in the Shade. That's denvershades.co. denvershades.co.
I literally have a Gladiator in the shop right now. It's got 5,000 miles on it. He says he doesn't want that piece of shit from Mopar.
Yeah.
So he brought me a Summit clutch because aftermarket clutches like that, I don't get no brakes on them. Go ahead and bring me your part, you know?
Yeah.
And so I'm not going to overcharge you for something you can buy on Hot Rod magazine.
That's true.
And then if it doesn't fix your complaint, that's also not my bad.
That's true.
I got to get my shingles vaccine again, the second one. That knocked the shit out of me.
Really? Didn't you get all 3 at one time, though?
Yeah, I got the first shingles, the Prevnar 20 for pneumonia, and what was the other one I got? The HPV. All 3. Now, there's the only one I need to get again, the second one, and then I'm done, is the
shingles?
The shingles, yeah. Shingles. But that one, the shingles, they said was probably the one that made me feel that way.
Oh, so you look forward to that again, huh?
Fuck, it was terrible.
Yeah.
I didn't work that. I mean,
No,
it
you-
really
I-
knocked the hell out of me,
yeah.
all of them.
I don't remember getting.
My girlfriend
all
had
3, though, Doc,
my
at
girlfriend
once.
had the exact same thing, and she was laid out for a couple of
The
days.
RSV, along with pneumonia and along with shingles, all 3. Did you ever get all 3, Doc?
Yeah, I got the.
You got all 3 of those?
No, except I got the RSV and pneumonia.
Okay. I think it's probably if you combine shingles with that. Did
Yeah,
you ever
'cause
have?
You didn't get HPV, you got RSV.
That's what I mean. I have HPV another time.
Right.
But, yeah.
You know what's interesting? Ever since Gardasil came out, Gardasil protects against HPV infection.
What is it?
It's a vaccine against.
Oh, I did that
against
years ago. Years
yeah,
ago.
but kids are getting it. That the whole point was kids get it. You tell a 13-year-old we're giving you a shot to protect you from cancer. You don't tell them what kind
Wait a
of
minute.
cancer.
But before no. I know what it was. I didn't get it. But
You
if
didn't
I
get Gardasil.
what I needed, here's what I did. I got tested though, at the dentist as a routine. They did that as a test.
HPV?
Yeah.
At the dentist?
At the dentist.
That's very
Did you turn and cough too?
I was going to say exactly. What have you been sticking in your mouth?
and then because what he recommended is, he said if you get tested, you don't have it, then you get a vaccine. If you don't have the thing, whatever the mark.
Everybody has it.
And well, I didn't.
Yeah.
So he said now you can get vaccinated, but I don't want to get vaccinated because I'm not gonna. It's only if you're promiscuous or with more than one partner.
Right.
If I'm with a partner who's also checked, we're never gonna need it.
Yeah.
So I didn't get it, but that's what it was. I was tested for it because he said you can carry something around.
Yeah.
Dennis had a car question and he hung up.
He's back.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Yeah, line 4.
My mom had shingles after.
It's Ryan Schuling.
After another wild week in the world of politics and beyond, it's time once again for our Friday Fool of the Week. Send me your nominees via text. Start it with Ryan at 57739 and tune in at 2 right here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Let's go right back to Dennis. Okay, Dennis, so what was your question, sir, you wanted to know about?
Toyota, a regular RAV4 versus the Toyota hybrid.
Yeah.
Which one would be the better buy? Because I'm looking to buy maybe this year or next year. I want to buy brand new. And is the hybrid worth the extra money?
Guys, here's what I think, okay, but it's only my opinion. Dennis, I don't want two systems. If I'm going to get electric, I'll get electric. Otherwise, I'm going to stick with the gas because it's very dependable. What do you guys think?
Yeah, same thing. You know, go
You're
one way or the other.
You're buying a lot more maintenance
Dennis,
in the
you've
future.
been talking about this car for how long?
Yeah, what's
Quite
that?
a while. Cause
Dennis, I know Dennis.
Yeah, that's Kevin. I've talked to Kevin about it too. So what? I mean, I just do my basic driving around Denver. I don't go out of state or much like that.
I would get the regular one and not pay the extra. That's just me, though.
Well, particularly if you're doing a lot of city driving, because you're not going to get a lot of benefit out of that electric side.
Yeah. So anyway, Matt, what you have a question on the car shield?
Yeah, what do you recommend when my warranty just ran out on my 2021 Chevy Silverado? So what should I buy? Are they ripoffs?
All right, listen. That's the only
time.
the only time I would consider a warranty is when your factory one ran out, and I would go right back to Chevy or General Motors for it. That's what I would do as an actual extended warranty. Car Shield, I personally don't like these warranties that are independent, but guys,
Car Shield is probably the worst one out there.
One of the worst, yeah.
The worst one out there, Matt, they're saying. I would go to the factory now that you actually can use it. Now's the time to buy it if you want it. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget SheridanAutotech.com, TransmissionsDenver.com. And you can always call 303-MARTINO for help, information, and referrals. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
New beautiful kitchen countertops in just 2 weeks? Yes, from the Art of Granite, start to finish, quartz, granite, or other stone and solid surface materials. 2 weeks. And remember, the bathroom is always free when you get your kitchen done, along with free tear out and haul away. TheArtofGranite.com. A direct stone importer, wholesale for all materials. Call today, 303-386-5919. You can even get estimates on the phone, 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
Steve Powers here. Have you seen the 2024 Polestar 2 featuring Scandinavian design, sustainable materials, and responsible manufacturing ideology? Take delivery on a new 2024 Polestar 2 today. Lease a Polestar 2 and lock in discounts up to $11,500 on in-stock, ready-to-deliver units. Right now, Polestar Denver is currently offering $299 a month lease payments. The deals are electric, so drive into the electric age with Polestar Denver, a McDonald family dealership. Visit us at 240 St. Paul Street in the heart of Cherry Creek North.
We depend on our drinking water supply daily, but where does that water come from? Your water provider encourages you to get to know your local water source so together we can protect and preserve it. The investments we make as a community to protect our water source now ensure we have a sustainable drinking water supply for the future. Visit drinktap.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Chaos outside the courthouse in downtown Manhattan, where the hush money trial of Donald Trump is being held. Police say a man who set himself on fire at a nearby park is now at the hospital being treated. Authorities say he walked to the center of the park and threw conspiracy pamphlets from a bag into the air before dousing himself with an accelerant and lighting himself on fire. Chief Jeffrey Madry.
Eventually, FDNY responds. We're able to put the male, extinguish the fire, and from that point, we remove him to Cornell